Opportunities. Once in a lifetime, that one comes along to join the biggest stars in golf, to battle against the best and battle with the best,
Mesmerizing.
to create history and define careers. That moment is now. 3 days to survive and advance. 3 spots and 1 shot for glory.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh, yes!
The stakes have been raised for an opportunity of a lifetime. Golf's biggest stage awaits.
'73 players from all over the globe came to Abu Dhabi this week chasing a dream. After 2 days, 20 survived and advanced to today's 36-hole final. 20 hopefuls chasing 3 coveted spots. The beautiful and challenging Abu Dhabi Golf Club is a stage for golf's most dramatic play. 18 holes remain with a life-changing opportunity to join a growing list of superstars and major champions on the game's most innovative and exciting league. With Dom Boulay alongside, I'm Jerry Foltz, bringing you highlights from earlier in the day, starting with 37-year-old Kevin Chappell for eagle at 18.
Teed off on the 3rd hole, was over par early in his round, but played the last 13 and 4 under for a round of 69.
Laurie Cantor's no stranger to LIV Golf League play. This is 2nd out at number 1.
Beautiful tee shot in the middle of the fairway. That led to a birdie, the first of 3 in his round of 68.
Kieran Vincent's older brother is a member of LIV Golf League. That is Scott. This for birdie at 18.
He wants to be there next year with his brother. That was a birdie in a round of 67.
But leading the way was Kali Samuya, his 2nd at 11.
His last hole of the day from the fairway, the Finn, finishing with a birdie with a round of 65.
And here's the way the leaderboard looks currently with the 4th and final day of play, round of play, 36 holes today. It just got underway, players playing off both sides today to chase daylight as we screech toward an exciting and probably dramatic, nerve-wracking conclusion at the end of the day. There's only 3 spots and 1 shot to accomplish something that just a couple of years ago, I'm not sure these guys even would have dreamed about, but they certainly have ever since. The yellow line on your leaderboard delineates those who qualify for the Asian Tour International Series, which has been highly elevated since the advent of LIV. I am Jerry Foltz. You've heard from myself and Dom Boulay in the booth. Out on the course, we have the coolest commentator in the business, Sue-Ann Hang, and Anthony Kang on loan from the Asian Tour broadcast team. And just a moment ago, Anthony watched Kevin Chappell play his 2nd out at number 1.
Yeah, just out of the fairway bunker to avoid the penalty area on the right side. That's from 110 yards.
That's not bad there. Actually a fairly decent birdie chance.
And this is the 2nd green, amateur standout Samson Zheng.
The only amateur in the top 20 playing today. And oh, that ball, that's gone a good 5-6 feet past, I believe.
Martin Traynor has had his time on the PGA Tour. This is his 2nd out at 1.
A real trouble spot from the desert from 95 yards.
Managed to avoid all the trees. It looked like he went over a few. Back of the green. It's not going to hurt him there.
And following the final pairing today, which is not this one. This is a penultimate, and the following group behind that will be, of course, Suan Hang. This is Zach Boshu for birdie at number 2.
Parred the first hole, shot a 70 this morning, and there, that's in. So he moves to 3 under par.
To the green at 1. Kevin Chappell just off the edge. Anthony.
Yeah, just in a bare lie here, just a bit of an uphill putt. Said that his first round today was a bit sloppy with ball striking, but this club has helped him stay right here in contention.
And in a 36-hole shootout like it is today, this is the club you want to be behaving itself. You want a hot putter.
Hot putter would be very welcome in a day like today. All of these players, Anthony and Dom, they've all played in significant qualifying events in the past, whether it be for a major championship, for a various tour, to try and get eligibility on a tour for something where there's no tomorrow. Today, there truly is no tomorrow to really join the greatest stage they could think of.
Absolutely, Jerry.
So we head down to the tee at 1 for Kazuma, Junichiro Kazuma. Life-changing if they're able to become a member of LIV Golf League 2024, Don, for every single player in the field.
And it's not just the financial rewards, which are plenty, Jerry, but it's the chance, if you're a young player, to play with major champions week in, week out, and learn so much from them. Now, trainer for a birdie on the opening hole. That's going to be a par.
Back to the tee at 1 for Laurie Cantor, who's been so close to keeping some sort of chance to play on LIV Golf League, but just missing out. He can take care of all that with a great round today, but there is no wiggle room.
Beautiful tee shot.
Yeah, good start. Chappell with a formality here at 1 to save par. And all but one pairing is off in the final round in pursuit of those 3 spots. And this is the final shot. Abu Dhabi Golf Club, beautiful host site. Poom Saxonson, his 3rd shot out at the 2nd hole.
Another thing you're going to notice today, some of the pins are in really tough positions, much more to the corners of the greens, just 3-4 paces from the edge. You may have to shape some shots. Not able to reach in Poom on the 2nd, but that's what he does best, from around 100-120 yards.
Barry Henson, the guy you know very well from the Asian Tour, the Hensonator. He's watching. He likes Poom's chances.
He does, and you know, Barry Henson spends a lot of his time in Hua Hin, Thailand, so he knows the guys very well. He's going to be watching. It's going to be fun too.
All right, back to the tee at number 2, 600-yard par 5. Kevin Chappell on the tee.
And this afternoon, these players are contending with slightly stronger wind. You can see the flags on the pin on the greens really fluttering.
It's a par 5, but we've seen quite a few double bogeys over the first couple of days here on the 2nd. Okay.
And we'll keep it right here.
Yeah, it's understandable. You see the double bogeys. It's a tight driving area, and especially with this wind, it is helping just a bit, but mostly off the left. And there's clumps of tall trees down the left. You don't want to favor the left side too much because you're afraid of pulling it to the left. And there's trees to the right as well. It's a narrow driving area.
Martin Trainer, his tee shot, as Anthony told us, a little downwind, 600-yard par 5.
Well, drove it in the desert on the 1st.
Footwork is a thing of the past in golf, Dom.
It is. Yeah, finish in balance was the mantra when we were growing up.
Yaku Aller, excuse me, his approach.
He'll take one similar to Pooms. And even better. What a shot.
Nicely done. 41-year-old South African. A lot of wins worldwide in South Africa, now in Asia as well.
Fourth hole, and Sutipat Pratiptienchai. Couple under par. Birdied the second. Pars on the other two holes. Another tight pin, front right near the water. Slope right and front. That will run perhaps close to the penalty area. That's fine.
Kazuma getting ready to play his second shot at one. Just looks like a 9-iron wedge in hand.
Played quite a few events on the LIV Golf League. Last year, Kazuma alongside Kinoshita.
Westwood chiming in. Well, we miss seeing you. We look forward to that smiling face again in Mayakoba in February, Lee.
Yeah, pretty good.
Can tell you up ahead, Poom Saxonson made his short birdie putt at the par 5. Now, Laurie Cantor.
You think they got a number in the back of their mind, Jerry?
You know, I think with just 3 spots, you don't have that luxury.
Yeah.
When we played for 20 spots the last 2 days, you had that luxury to estimate it pretty well. 1 or 2 guys are going to go crazy. You know that.
Yeah. Just got to keep the foot on the gas today. And he's not happy with that, Laurie.
And he shouldn't be. Spins it back to the front edge of the green. He'll have that for birdie upcoming. When we return, our final pairing will be making their way to the day that they dreamed of, perhaps. Yaku Allers also made his birdie up ahead at 2.
Finish on that black.
Moves him to a tie for 3rd right now, a 3-way tie for 3rd. Suan, give us a little sense of the environment right there. I know it's early. I know they've already played 18 holes and had time to rest, but the time of doing nothing is often the worst time.
Absolutely, Jerry. I think, you know, just standing on this first tee for the last 4 groups that teed off, you can certainly feel the atmosphere. A little different from this morning. They did place the trophy and the coin out on display for the players to see before they tee off. So that's going to add a little something, I'm sure. But you can certainly feel the nervousness and just the excitement at the same time.
They are the 3 successful gentlemen today will receive a gold coin as their ticket to LIV Golf League next year.
A few diamonds encrusted in that gold coin also. I took a look at it on the first tee earlier, Jerry. It's beautiful looking.
Surprised they let you get that close to it.
Yeah, there's a security guard right there
okay,
on top
good,
of it.
Good. Up ahead, it's Laurie Cantor doing his Aim Point Express. For those of you new to golf, Aim Point Express, if you watch much, you'll hear the term. It simply is a way to try and judge the degree of slope in the putt. Reading the putt with your feet, more or less. Works both in the day and at night. It's a lengthy one, Dom.
Yeah, he expected it at least half the distance, if not even better than that. But well, just try and get the distance right. He's been playing beautifully. Coming from Australia, playing in the Australian Open, had a top 5 finish. Well, that's a... Oh, that was an excellent putt. It was teasing him the whole way.
On the tee from Zimbabwe, please welcome Kieran Vincent.
Fairway wood for Kieran Vincent, his first to play, final group of the day, final pairing.
Yeah, he's a long hitter, Jerry. Hits 25 yards longer than his brother Scott Vincent off the tee. A lot of explosive speed. Now, this is the second hardest hole statistically in the last couple of days, and the hardest fairway to hit. It is a narrow landing spot, bunker surrounding it, plus the nerves and the adrenaline on the first tee. Downwind.
Looks pretty good.
Is it long enough with the fairway wood to take that line?
Oh, it's 279 to carry that bunker.
That's impressive. Kazuma up ahead to get into a tie for third. Now back for Kelly Samuya.
Spoke to his caddy, John, on the putting green, said he had a shaky start. Teed off on the 12th this morning. 3-putted that one. Shaky start.
Well, he made up for it, didn't he?
Yeah, certainly did. Don't think you want to have a shaky start this afternoon, though. You want to get off to a steady one.
You know, in his position, he led by 2 after the morning. He's the only guy in the field that really maybe feels like he has something to lose in this final round. Everybody else feels like they're not far enough ahead. They still got to continue to chase. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets off to a start here in the final round. A moment ago, Zach Boshu hit second at 3.
Beautiful par 4, dog legs from right to left. Front pin today. From the fairway shouldn't be a problem. Brilliant shot.
You want to be dialed in on those today.
Yeah. And you can't afford to miss putts of this length today either. It's a par putt for Surdit Yong Charong Chai. Well done.
Samson Zhang for birdie at 3 just a moment ago. Another slippery one.
Got it.
Right in the middle.
Played one of the most impressive rounds of golf of the year, I believe. Third round at Royal Melbourne in the Asia Pacific Amateur. 65 in 30-mile-an-hour winds around that course. With the greens, they were like tabletops, so firm.
Back to Kevin Chappell in his third shot at number 2.
Yeah, Chappell had a nice lie in the right rough for his second shot, had 256 yards to the front edge. Thought about chasing a club or chasing a ball up there with a 3-wood or a 5-wood, but opted against that, laid up to here. He's got 86 yards, a decent lie. And although the pin cut tight towards the greenside bunker in the front, it does open up the angle just a bit here coming from the left side.
Down.
Oh.
Down.
That's what happens out of this Bermuda, even when you've got such a short club in your hands.
Zach Boshu's updating on the pylon. He birdied number 3. Kevin Chappell won the NCAA Division I Men's Golf Championship 15 years ago. Tied for third, 2011 U.S. Open, and defeated LIV Golf League star, major champion 5 times, Brooks Koepka, for his lone PGA Tour win in San Antonio 6 years ago. Now back out at number 2, and Martin Traynor.
And Martin Traynor attempted to go for the green in 2, but just a slight miss hit and leaked it out to the right. Caught this greenside bunker, 30-yard bunker shot, but it's not that tough of a bunker shot. He's got plenty of space once he gets on the green. Just wants to land it just about a yard or 2 just past the front fringe.
Too far.
Zach Boshu on the tee at the par 3. Number 4 currently tied for that last spot. Number 3, former product of Oklahoma State and friends, roommates, teammates, and had him as his caddy with Victor Hovland at the U.S. Open qualifying earlier this year.
He's He's got an Oklahoma State senior, Rayhan Thomas, who grew up in the UAE, on the bag this week. That's a good shot.
Overhead look at the fairway at 1. Both players there. Suan, what's the hitting order?
As Anthony mentioned earlier, the wind is up today. Certainly the windiest it's been on the first hole. Now, Kale has 123 to the pin. Today's hole location is tucked in the left portion, tight. I'll look at anything just right of this hole will be perfect. You don't want to flirt with the left side.
Chappell playing his 4th out of the par 5.
This lie is actually better than it looks. It's sitting up nicely.
A nervy one remaining for par. Now Kieran back at 1.
He's got 94 yards. Interesting, Jerry, you spoke about these guys in the final group almost feeling like they have nothing to, well, they got more to lose. I have to agree. Almost feel like you might want to be the one chasing, perhaps not from too far back, but I think more pressure on these guys.
I think there is, and they're the only 2 guys that probably feel that right now. Got to convince yourself that you're not in that position, that you're chasing, that you got to do everything you can do to keep your eye and on the prize, but one shot at a time. There's the brothers Vincent, 5 years separated, same locks though.
And Martin Trader, after the completion of his first round, was actually surprised to be not that far back in this position. He felt that during the course of play, the score was moving a lot lower, so really comfortable with his starting position. Now this downhill putt, he's got a movement from his right.
Boom, Saksan Sin coming out of the rough, but the lie looks excellent. Needs spin for this second shot. Another one, pinpoint. He's got that putt to move to 3rd place on his own.
Back to Chappell at 2. This is about 4 feet, Anthony, for par.
Yeah, he's successfully negotiated this in the first round, but just don't want to give yourself too much pressure, especially in the second round.
Well, he wasn't sure that was going in until it dropped, but nonetheless, no harm there. He stays 1 back of the current, what would be playoff line for that final spot on next year's LIV Golf League.
Didn't expect Vincent to be playing his 3rd from there.
No.
No, Dom. That's, to me, an indication of early pressure to miss a green from 94 yards. In round 2, he only missed 2 greens.
Kieran Vincent's 3rd at the opening hole.
Excellent shot. That will make him feel a little better. This to get himself into 3rd place on his own. Top 3 get through.
Just guessing, Dom, having just met the young man this week, he's never slammed a club in his life.
No, he's a lovely little fella.
Overhead look at 1, and Kale Sumuya will be looking at his birdie effort. Suan?
Yeah, it's not going to move very much for Kale. As I said before, he had a bit of a shaky start with the flat stick this morning. 3-putt the 12th. Missed a short one on 14th. And as Dom has mentioned, this club has to cooperate today. It has to be on fire. And this would be a great start for Khaled.
I think we're going to see a few putts come up short today, Jerry.
Yes. And here's what this week, the promotions, LIV Golf Promotions, it was all about this week. 73 players started the week. 13 of them were exempt into round 2, so 60 players played round 1. They took 20 in ties, 29 progressed. They joined the other 13 yesterday, where we took an exact number of 20, and it took a playoff to do it. 5 players for 4 spots to advance to today's 36-hole final. Shotgun start this morning right at sunup. And now playing pairings of 2 off both sides to get this concluded today. Zach Boshu for another birdie. This at 4. Beautiful tee shot.
Looks like it's going to move just slightly from his right. And yes.
Zach Boshu doing what he needs to do to maybe get to next year's LIV Golf League and join so many of the most exciting stars in the game and best players in the world. This is going to get intense.
Yeah,
This is going to get intense.
That, Jerry. What's his mindset walking to that next tee? He just can't get too excited. He can't be result oriented.
You can't put in your head what it's going to be like playing out there.
I mean, you can see it. This is the start of the round.
Yeah.
When it comes down to the last 4 or 5 holes, let's take a look at the par 5 seconds. 600 yards, but it is playing slightly downwind. As Anthony said, it's a very narrow tee shot. Lots of trees left and right. Most of the players can clear that first bunker, try and find it in the fairway. Then you got a decision to make. Do you lay up? If you do, you lay up around 60, 70 yards short of the green. If you go for the 2, there's a narrow gap between the bunkers to try and run it up the middle of the green.
Kieran on the tee.
It's 306 for Kieran to the bunker on the left. 281 to carry the one on the right. He certainly has the distance for it.
Set up. Man, not bad. Not bad. Yaku Allers on the tee at 4.
Beautiful rhythm. Beautiful shot.
Thank you.
Back to the tee at 2 for Samuya.
12 professional wins for this guy. 1 on the DP World Tour, 1 on the Challenge Tour. A lot of experience. He's got John Dempster on the bag. He's caddied for 30 years and used to caddy for Alex Norn. It's the first year on the bag for Calais, though.
It's going to stay on the fairway.
Only a ballerina, right?
He'll be playing first from the fairway with Kieran alongside, just powering it past
All
him.
day long.
Kieran Vincent is 3rd at 2. Or excuse me, Junichiro Kazuma.
Oh, he just, wow, look how that's turned out. I don't think that's how he pictured it.
Maybe not. Now it's Laurie Cantor's turn.
Beautiful looking lie. Not really opening his club face. Yeah. Same as trainer, just carried it a few yards too far.
Laurie knows what it means. Everything to get myself back out on LIV. It'll all be about handling your nerves today, Dom. The pressure, well, you can't ignore it. I don't know if you can fool yourself enough to pretend it's not there.
Well, it's going to be Kevin Chappell to play first. His second shot here, 113 yards with a slight downwind. It's really a controllable distance, even though the pin is cut tightly just over the front greenside bunker.
Distance was perfect, just a little left of the flag. Good shot. We had a chance earlier this week to sit down with Kevin Chappell and get his thoughts on what a good accomplishment here this week would mean.
It's a great opportunity. You know, anytime you can play highly competitive golf and provide a living for my family, I'm going to always consider it, and this was just too good an opportunity to pass up. Yeah, I consider those guys friends, so it'd be great to be able to reconnect. It's been a few years since I saw a lot of them, and you know, I've heard nothing but great things, and you know, just to be able to play with peers again would be great. You know, this is my first time in Abu Dhabi. I know the LIV schedule goes to some different countries that I've ever been to, some different golf courses that I've ever been to, and you know, that would be exciting. It would be like a fresh start for me at 37, and be like being a rookie again, and that'd be exciting.
Well, the players who took the leap to LIV initially and subsequently since, the reviews have all been the same. It's just awesome from a player standpoint. As we head back out to Canton.
From everyone's standpoint.
Oh, the caddies, everybody, players, broadcasters.
Us. 37, there's still plenty left in the tank. His best golfers may still be ahead of him. Canter from the edge of the green. He's got a chance. Oh, just a little low. So par start for the Englishman. He's going to be spending Christmas in Dubai, he told me, with his family. They're redecorating the house, so it's not habitable at the moment.
It'll be warmer.
It'll be warmer for sure. It's pretty
nice
cold
Christmas.
in the UK the last couple of weeks. Pretty warm in South Africa, where this fella's from Centurion in Pretoria. So a chance to get into a share of second place. This putt's pretty quick. Straight in the middle of the hole. Yakualas moves to 5 under. There you see a three-way share of second place.
And Kazuma also made his birdie at 2 to get it to -4. One shot back of that cut line right now. This is the green at 3. Martin Trainer.
Yes, and Martin Trainer hit his second shot from the fairway bunker on the left side from 109 yards. Made sure that if he made a slightly miss hit, he can still carry the greenside bunker just short of the green. So just a bit past the hole, facing this right to left putt. And a little bit of downhill. But going back to what you guys said about these guys having great Q school experience, but having to put yourself in areas where there is a tendency to make a few mistakes, as being in the rough or being in fairway bunkers, adds to a lot of stress in this final round.
Well, in most of those qualifying tournaments, when you're talking about Q school, those are 4 or 6 rounds. You can make a mistake. Today's the only day they've had any breathing room. Great putt there from Trainer because they're playing 36 holes. Each day has been started new, 1 round of golf. That's what it feels like now. A moment ago, Samuya, his second.
273 to the front, 294 to the pin. With today's hole location, you want to certainly leave yourself more towards the left-hand side of this fairway.
Now live, Vincent.
268 for Kieran. Right about 240-ish to the front. Ball sitting down slightly.
He's asking for it to sit. For good reason.
That was a jumper. Downhill lie, and pitching back down the slope of a ever-increasing speed-wise green. Chappell at 3 for birdie.
This is very quick from where he is, but overall not much break.
He'll stay 2 back.
You just feel every time you miss a good opportunity, you just feel there's one less opportunity as you come down the stretch.
Well, it's the story of yesterday. He was right hovering around that line. He told was it Suan afterwards. Unfortunately, that's where he spent the entire year, right around the cut line. Tee at 5. Poom looks like he's ready to hit. Stepping right in on Yaku.
He smiles a lot. He's not an intimidating looking fella, but he is very competitive.
He's got his newlywed bride on the bag, carrying it 36 holes today.
I saw him carry his own bag to the driving range in between rounds. Giving her a short break. Okay.
It's a rare breed that can handle a course of 7,600 yards without overpowering strength and be competing with these guys. Zach Boshu, he is indeed running hot. This his 3rd shot at number 2.
Just bumping it into the bank, judging it very well. That led to a birdie. His first of the day after a par on the first.
Very next hole, the approach at the par 5 3rd.
With the tight pin today, it's crucial to be on the fairway, just so you can get spin like that.
Then he went flag hunting off the tee at the par 3 number 4 and had this for birdie. And now his 2nd out at number 5.
Okay.
No harm there. Out to the tee at 4, and Martin Trainer.
This whole location today on the right side, close to the penalty area, has got some serious repercussions for a mistake here. Not an easy shot today. Right pin, wind coming off the right.
That's not going to be fun there. Now Kylie Samuya, his 3rd at number 2.
This is a tough shot, guys. 10 paces of green to work with. Ball setting up, downwind. Can't be too cute.
Oh, he did just that, Suan. Tried to get really cute with it, almost playing it like a bunker shot.
Hails from Finland, Kalle Samuja. 2-time Finnish Tour Order Merit champion. 109 he got as high as in the world rankings, and last year won the Porsche European Open with a 64 in the final round.
Chappell on the tee at 4.
And he's got to be feeling a little bit better about his swing after a good wedge shot into the green on the previous hole.
That's not where you want to be. That is seriously quick.
That's for 4 in a row. Zach Boshu at 5.
You can see just coming up a slight slope for the first 15 feet, then it flattens out. Oh, good effort.
Kieran Vincent with this out at 2.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna go for the big swing here. Open club face, downhill lie, a lot of green to work with. Gonna be fairly quick from where he is.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, still going.
That's pretty good.
Very good shot.
Now, Kyle, don't think he wanted to be off the green after his 3rd shot. Did a great drive on the fairway.
Must be so challenging growing up in a place like Finland, where you probably can only play golf 4 or 5 months of the year, become a top player.
Apparently he's played 27 events this year. This is his last. It's been a long year for Kalle.
Boy, that was in the middle of the hole.
Dead center. Jake Spann saying a low-key sleeper for a big impact. It's Cantor's approach. Out at 3. Nice.
Such a compact golf swing. The lines are perfect.
Martin Trainer. This doesn't look like fun, his bunker shot, Dom.
No, it doesn't. A couple of ways of playing it. I think he can hit just a soft one, land it on the downslope, let it release down to the pin, or he could get a little closer to the ball, maybe land it on the flat spot.
That would take some nerve.
Yeah. What's behind him on the other side? He's going for that first option. Done it very well.
Oh yeah, I thought that was running much farther past. Beautiful. Kieran Vincent for birdie at 2.
And this will certainly give him a little more confidence in the upcoming holes. I was talking to Dom this morning. These are the putts you want to make, whether they're for birdie, par, bogey. This length is going to be crucial today. Golf is all about momentum. You want to get the momentum early.
That one didn't feel good, I can promise.
Didn't take advantage of his super length on that par 5 second. Now Chappell, is he chipping it? No, he's putting it. Just got caught up in the fringe.
Yikes. Yaku Ehlers, his second at the 5th.
Very nicely done.
Shinichiro Kazuma to move into that tie for second. Just a little bit low, should be no problem. Keeping it at 4 under, 1 back of what would be a playoff for third. As we check back in on Kevin Chappell. Long par putt here. Chappell 3 under, 2 back. Obviously not a must make this earlier in the round, but each shot is so much more vital on a day like today than it would be in a traditional golf tournament.
Now Kieran Vincent on the tee at 3. Wind off the right. It's 334 to that bunker in the middle.
Good swing there.
He is swinging the club beautifully. Watched him on the range yesterday, flushing his irons. And that's another very nice tee shot with his 3-wood.
As we go to the green at 3, and Laurie Cantor has this for birdie, and happy and thrilled actually to be joined by Crusher GC superstar Otterbaan Lahiri in the commentary box. Otterbaan, thanks for stopping by and joining us. What brings you to town?
Hey Jerry, I just live down the road in Dubai, so I've been wanting to come down and be a part of the action. Some of my friends playing here, kind of cheer them on after I'm done in the booth. It's great. This is a fantastic event. It's just exciting with everything that's been happening.
Talk about a little bit. I mean, you've played world-class golf all over the globe and been in some of the most pressure-packed situations the game can deliver. Give us a little insight of what you as a competitor think what these guys must be experiencing today.
Oh, this is pressure to another level altogether. I think, you know, so many of them have stated how this is the opportunity of a lifetime. A lot of people know that, you know, 3 good days could change your life. And honestly, there's no bigger thing than to, you know, play for your career. Really, you are, and this is pressure as it comes, because every day you start fresh, and today it's just a shootout. You just have to go and blitz as many birdies as you can.
What would your mindset have been starting the day if you were playing today? Would you sort of think you just have to make a lot of birdies, or you after the first round just look at the position you're in and just reassess?
No, I think, you know, I was thinking about that earlier in the week as well. You kind of look at Friday and Saturday like a, you know, Monday qualifier almost.
Yeah.
You know, it's a shootout. So I think Thursday, Friday, you're just trying to make as many birdies as you can. Today, it's a little different because you have 36 holes. I think over 36 holes, the guys who make the least errors are going to make, you know, they're also going to make birdies. But it's the doubles and the drop shots that are really going to hurt you on a day like this. So I think strategically you have to be really, really, you know, tight and manage the golf course well. Take your chances to the accessible pins, and then obviously, you know, with 9 holes to go, 12 holes to go, you reassess and decide what you need to do.
Do you get a feeling, as we watch Laurie Cantor here on the tucked, pretty aggressive hole location at 4, do you get the sense of when you're standing over those putts, those makeable putts, those, you know, 10, 15, 20 footers, that the sense of urgency that you almost try too hard in a situation like this?
I think, you know, that's where your professionalism really comes to the fore. You just have to go back to your processes. You have to go back to your routines. And it's hard, especially in situations like this where, you know, a lot depends on every single shot, every single putt. You just have to go back and trust your routines and just get back in the flow.
That was a anxiety-filled looking follow-through.
Not letting go of the club there.
Well, speaking of staying in the moment and focusing on your professionalism, how about this happy moment here for the Crushers?
It was fantastic. I think I've been waiting to do that. All of us were. It was the whole year in the making, and I think we really built up the momentum coming in. It was just phenomenal, magical, really.
Team champions, LIV Golf 2023, Crusher GC, and there's no individual prize at stake that week. It was all about the 4 of you bonding together and getting that done.
Yeah, it was the 8 of us. I think the caddies as well. You know, so much credit needs to go to them. They do so much for us all year long, and it's amazing that they get to be on the podium with us and we get to share those moments with them. I think that's the amazing thing. One of the many amazing things about LIV Golf is, you know, their involvement actually gets appreciated, and it's critical for us because they're as much a part of our team as anyone else.
I know you probably haven't seen her, but Sue-Ann is out there following the action here. Samuya's second shot, Sue-Ann.
What's up, Bun? Nice to hear your voice. Now, Kale, he's got 163. Lies pretty good, downwind. Hole location today in the front. That first portion of this green is downslope, so this could possibly take a huge kick. Should this carry the bunker?
Just.
That's not bad there.
Yeah.
It's a good leave.
And Junichiro Kazuma on the tee at 4.
Well, we saw Cantor use the slope on the left. And also a little bit for Kazuma.
Now back to Sue-Ann and Scott Vincent's younger brother, Kieran.
Cover 104.
He can hit the ball.
Oh, yeah, he can he?
96 covered.
What's the actual number?
110.
110.
Yeah.
104.
Yes.
He's got his brother's caddy, Jacob Fleck, on the bag on loan this week. A face you might be very familiar if you follow the LIV Golf coverage. So much experience. It's so handy to have someone like him on the bag. As Bond said, the caddies have such a big role in these players, especially days like this.
Oh, that was a rotten kick. but he's putting uphill.
And here we have Zach Boshu.
Yeah, that's from 162 with a little bit of help of wind.
He is swinging well today. Now, Anirban, there's some recent LIV Golf made some news again recently. Next year, in search of your first LIV Golf win, you've got one more really good player to beat. Tell us your reaction to the signing of Jon Rahm.
It's phenomenal, really. You know, John's been a great ambassador for golf. I think, you know, if you look back at how he's handled the turbulence that we've had, he's kind of stood out with his comments, with his views, with, you know, his clarity on how he looks at things. And just to have a player of his quality, reigning, you know, Masters champion, to join us, I think it just goes to show how much LIV actually really has to offer, that someone like him looks at it as an opportunity to, you know, the future. So it's phenomenal. That really is.
That is so well said. Your captain, Bryson DeChambeau. I think the entire LIV Golf community and family is thrilled to be welcoming somebody the character of Jon Rahm. Check back in on Zach Boshu, Anthony.
A lot of these putts out here, they look awfully straight, not much break either way, but this one looks like it may just move to his right just a bit in the beginning portion and then straight most of the way after that.
Not bad. And now Samuya at 3 from just off the green. Suan.
He's got a left to right putt. Gonna move a fair bit. Two very different style of players in this group. Kieran surely hits it a little longer than Kale, which should play to his advantage, especially in a golf course like this.
You've played this course many times before, haven't you?
I've played it a couple of times. I played the Abu Dhabi Classic back in the day on the European Tour. Of course, the conditions were probably a little different. January, you already had the winter set in, so it would be firmer and faster. But the greens look like they're rolling really nice. It's cooled down enough to have the golf course get into tournament shape. So it's a great golf course, good test. Hasn't been very windy, unfortunately. It can be.
Unfortunately.
I mean,
you want to see even more difficulty, more pressure out there?
I just think that, you know, you want the conditions to be tough because you want the cream to rise to the top. And that's what happens on a golf course like this. Already we see, you know, such great quality on top of the leaderboard. But yeah, I mean, I love difficult conditions myself, so, you know, I thrive in them, and I think a test like this just should be hard.
For birdie here, Suan.
Yeah, I have to agree, Bond. I mean, this is certainly a ball strikers type golf course. If you look at the past champions at the HSBC here, all great ball strikers. Now, Kieran, great opportunity. Missed one on the last hole. Not going to move very much for Kieran. Very makeable putt. Uphill.
And that breaks the tie. That second gives it to him solo. If it ended now, he's on his way. Anirban, what do you make of some of these? We're in our first real free agency period in LIV Golf, and we've had some interesting moves between Smash, Goats, and the Aces.
I think it's exciting because it kind of gives you a peek into, you know, what the future holds. We're still in early stages. Obviously, this is the first time we've had, you know, the retention, the free agency, and also we'll have the trade windows next year. So, you know, it's just what makes it unique. It makes it more interesting. I think as the league evolves, as the players mature within the league, you're going to have, you know, people have loyalties and affinities in the future. And a lot of that will also play into, you know, these movements.
Were you surprised at some of the trades?
Not really. I'd be lying if I said I was. I know a lot of other people were, but I've been pretty tight-lipped.
I guess inside info helps.
Oh, God. I should have gone to Vegas.
Yaku. His second at 6.
He's had a really solid season on the Asian Tour this year.
Yeah, he has. Got his first win. He's finding a lot of fairways. Oh, what a good break. I know after Miami, you went to a retreat to rejuvenate your body. How are you feeling?
It's been good. I needed to do a detox. Honestly, I had a few issues with my gut, and just with more travel than I've been used to. Playing on the PGA Tour, there were a few things I needed to sort out, and 14 days of just a few morsels of food and a lot of different treatments, and no, I feel much better. I wanted to refresh and recharge myself before next season, and you know, I feel great. I feel ready for, you know, what's to come.
Kieran on the tee, Sue-Ann.
Playing 159 today, wind off the right, 9-iron. Certainly a hole location you don't want to be attacking. Anything left of this pin, it's going to be the smart shot.
Oh, that's not going to catch the slope.
That's not an easy putt. We saw Chappell up there in that vicinity in the worst position, but nonetheless. So we check back in on Martin Trainer. I think Dom could use a detox spot.
Is that from just people who hang around him? Or?
Yeah. Unfortunately, my running mate he's on a detox right now.
Actually played with Martin Trainer quite a bit in the States after he won the Puerto Rico Open. Hits it, again, someone who hits it really far. Nice guy.
Samuya.
Good shot. You've seen the new schedule?
Yes, I have. Yeah, it's very well balanced. I think we travel. I think we're going to travel a little better than maybe we did this year. Looking forward to, you know, again going back to Australia, obviously, Singapore, Hong Kong, one of my favorite places on the Asian Tour schedule. I think it'll be a phenomenal site. I know it's your home club as well, so you must be looking forward to hosting us.
Not just me. A lot of people are very excited about it.
No, I think just the vibe at Fan Ling is unique. You know, it's the old colonial style verandas. Everybody's right there in the action, so it's nice. Yeah, Vegas, that's another new one. It'll be interesting to see what happens. You know, Super Bowl week. It'll be very interesting to say the least.
Interesting is a way to put it, yeah. Houston for the first time,
yeah.
Nashville for the first time, and back to Spain. Gorgeous place that was.
Texas is, yeah, we might be going there. Hopefully we can repeat that picture for next year too. It'll be fun.
the Bryson picture.
All of us on the podium would be nice.
Of course, all of you, yeah.
It's a really balanced schedule, and again, kind of chasing the weather nicely too. So, yeah, very excited. Can't wait to get started again. Mayakoba is also like the perfect venue to start our season. It's such a phenomenal venue. Great for the families to come out as well.
That's my happy place.
Yeah, it's hard to be unhappy at Mayakoba. It's really brilliant. Also, just going to Valderrama for the first time last year for me personally was special. I can see why Sergio is so in love with that place. It is very, very unique.
Head back out to the green at 4.
This is one of those pins I was telling you, Dom, you just kind of stay away from. Oh, it's good to see Greg out there.
He's going to be in your seat here in just a little bit as well, our commissioner and CEO.
Yeah, he's been great. You know, I think the last 6 or 7 events on LIV, I think he made it a point to walk with the leader group on Sunday, and came out on Saturday and walked with a lot of us as well. So it's great to see his commitment both on and off the golf course. It's fantastic.
While we wait for Kieran to make his way to the green, we'll head back up to Yaku Allers at number 6.
that there's not enough tension out there already, but if you're a player out there and all of a sudden Greg Norman starts watching you, that just adds a little bit more, doesn't it?
Yeah, you start feeling it.
Good looking stroke.
Stretch. Oh, stretch.
Oh, you remember that one for a long time, if that becomes the difference. Now, we showed the great stuff of Miami, and kind of bittersweet for you here at Rich Harvest Farms in Chicago. You had a chance to win, and you were going up against your captain and teammate.
Yeah, that's one that got away from me. It was a Sunday that I think I learned a lot from. Very proud of the way I played the whole week. Just didn't have my best stuff on the Sunday, and I think I played pretty well to hang in there. But yeah, I just needed one or two better swings coming down the stretch. But I think it was another important day for me because I kind of used that to fuel me Sunday of Miami. I worked on my mindset with my performance coach back home, and it'll be something for me to take into next season. Motivation.
Kieran now technically for birdie here, Sue-Ann.
This is a difficult putt. He really only needs to get this going 3 feet or so, and that massive slope in front of him is just gonna gain momentum towards the hole. Wouldn't surprise me if Kale jumps in for a quick read. As Bond said, this is a hole location you don't want to attack and be too aggressive with, but this is not a great position either for Kieran. 2-putt here would be fantastic.
They won't be disappointed in that. Tester, no less. But to the green at 7, and Zach Boshu, Anthony.
Just to touch up on Dom's point, guess who is watching this group from just behind the green, just adding to the little nerves here. Zach's got to be really careful with this. It is quick, especially the last 10 feet.
That's a little bit short. That's a tough pin on 7, and they've changed the tee. They've changed the angle a little bit. Kale Samoya.
Yeah, he's been fairly steady for the first few holes. It certainly is windier today. Par is gonna be your good friend. Certainly don't want to be dropping any shots. Now this is a great opportunity.
Oh, that looked like it was turning, Dom.
Yeah, just stopped it. Last 3 feet, just kind of straightened out.
It'll be interesting to see if the greens play any different in the afternoon. Just with the sun, it still grows out, so the green comes into play.
There's a lot of dew in the morning here.
Yes, that's typical for this time of the year. But it's also warm during the day, so it grows out pretty quick. So, late in the round, you'll see guys coming up short as well, because it does slow down from the morning.
This is 22-year-old amateur from China by way of University of California, Berkeley, Samson Zhang.
Yes, but this putt here, from where he's looking, it looks just shiny, moving its way downhill. But a lot of break from his left on this.
Back to Kieran for par, Sue-Ann.
This is a tester, that's for sure. He's going to move to his left. Just want to pick your start line. Commit to it.
Yeah, no doubt. That'll make him feel good.
Those are hugely important, as is this one for Boshu, Anthony.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just with the stresses adding on, anytime you're faced with the potential of a mistake from this distance, especially moving downhill with a little bit of a left to right movement, but Zach, he's just been marching forward at least the past couple of holes in between shots with his bill cap straight down in the ground, just keeping his focus.
Well done right there. Well done.
Rory Cantor on the 5th green. Came up a little short with his second on that lower level.
Perhaps a little different perspective for him, Arban, given how much of a taste he's had of LIV Golf.
Yeah, you know, I've always admired Rory for his attitude. You know, he didn't have too much at the beginning of this season. And then Sam Horsfield obviously went under the knife, had a hip surgery. Rory played quite nicely the events he did. And then he found himself coming up just short on his European Tour card, but he's just taken everything on the chin and moved forward with a lot of positivity. I think he finished 4th last week in Australia in, you know, whatever starts he will have on the DP World Tour. So, you know, great energy, great energy.
Kieran Vincent on the tee.
305 to their bunker on the right.
Just take it over that left bunker. 296 to carry it. Look at that. Ideally placed.
He's got so much speed.
He's cranked it up to 192 ball speed.
Yeah, him and Bryson had it going in, I think it was DC, LIV DC on the range, and they wanted to see what speeds they could get up to. And I think Kieran actually got it pretty close. He got it to 94, I think,
really?
that day. So Bryson was impressed. Not easy to do.
He certainly is very dynamic. Now Kale leaning.
They're watching it. Oh, that's not bad.
Oof, that lie doesn't look pretty. You can do another 10 minutes if you need.
We're going to see, I mean, it's almost a guarantee, you're going to see a putt or 2 or 3 that really matter on the final hole.
Absolutely.
What's the most pressure you ever faced over one single putt?
I'd probably go back to the President's Cup. I think
Where at?
team match play. You could take any of the President's Cup. I think going back to New York, I think we got literally run over by a red-hot American team. I think it was Saturday. And I remember the American team could have actually won the cup on that Saturday. And it was down to our match. Siwoo Kim and myself, we were playing Charlie Hoffman and my good friend here, Kevin Chappell. And I think on the 17th, Charlie chipped in, and then I made one of the putts that I'll remember for the rest of my life. It was a very satisfactory feeling, you know, when you got the whole team watching on, makes it, you know, the pressure's kind of different.
Yeah. And you feel that each week in LIV Golf. It's individual competition and also the team competition, and that's such a huge part of it. I know you guys get to sense that while you're out there competing, rooting for each other as well. And what a feeling you guys had right there, I'm sure.
Yeah, fun fact, Paul Casey is really good at popping champagne. He can aim at your eyes from 6 feet away and not miss.
Well, hopefully you'll be doing a lot of it next year.
I'll probably have to get sunglasses on the next time, because he knows how to get you.
It's an underappreciated skill. Martin Traynor, his third from off the green at 6.
There's a lot of fringe to go through with the putter.
I bet you must be into the grain there.
Yeah, it popped up too off the putter face, and that's why it's come up. Oh, it did probably a little bit better than I thought. It's about 6-7 feet. What are your plans for Christmas and leading up to Mayakoba, Andre?
I've already started my off-season prep. I had my coach Vijay Devecha here through the week earlier this week. I'm going to be working on my game till Christmas and then shut it down for about 10 days, go back to India. So
People that I talk to seem to enjoy playing out there. For me, this is a week to potentially join them. Martin Trainer. There's Chappell's pitch shot. And he is, what is he, 3 back of where he needs to be.
That's a par putt he's left himself after that bogey on 4, 2 under par. Suridik Yong Charongchai. See who's caddying for him, Anaban?
Prom. Is that Prom I spy?
It is Prom.
Well done. That's a nice putt there.
Back to our final pairing. Kelly Sumuya first on 5.
Lie's not great, Jerry. Ball sitting down in that rough. Wind into. Good news is, from where he is in the whole location today, which is more on the left side of this green, he's able to maybe have a bit more room on the right. Work it right to left.
Just plugging along after that brilliant 65 early this morning. But they're slowly chasing him down. Probably going to need to do more than that to get through. Now, Kieran.
It's always so hard to back up such a good round in the morning.
Smother it or anything like that. Just nice and easy. 100%. 60 shot, man.
Yes.
Kieran's got 150 to the hole. Playing into. 9 iron. Jacob signaling to me. Really interesting, Jacob mentioned Kieran's a lot longer off the tee compared to Scott, right about 25 yards, but Scott is longer with his irons. Kieran tends to spin it a fair bit. This is looking good.
Oh yeah, right. Over the flagstick, 5 feet away for Kieran Vincent. So I'm alluding to Jacob Fleck, who is on loan from Scott to Kieran as the caddy this week. Now trainer for par at 6. Keep it 1 back of the magical number.
Oh, clutch.
These are what we call momentum putts. You need to make a bunch of these. You know, these are the ones that actually add up, that go under the radar.
Zach Boshu, the par 5/8, his second shot, Anthony.
And we'll be able to get to the green into 289 yards into a strong breeze. Just trying to get it as close as he can to the green.
He's got his fellow Oklahoma State Rehan Thomas, another Indian really talented player caddying for him. So some prominent caddies this week as well.
Yeah. He's from around here, isn't he?
So he's from Dubai. He's from Dubai.
Have you played with him?
I have. I helped him a little bit through his early years in OKC. Obviously a very, very talented young golfer.
That's another tester.
Here's a little bit more about Yaku Allers, Dom.
Yeah, he won his first tournament on the Asian Tour earlier in Taiwan at the Mercury's Taiwan Masters around Tamshui. He's got 11 wins on his home circuit, the Sunshine Circuit. Skukuza Golf Club within the Kruger National Park. You got to watch out for the wildlife there.
Well, they're watching out for you.
I'm not dangerous.
All right, Sumuya has his third upcoming at the 5th, Suan.
Coming off the fairway, so it shouldn't be too challenging of a chip. Fairly straightforward. It's got some green to work with. It's going to move to his right. Probably looking to land this 15 feet short. Back in his stance.
There's a lot of grain on this grass. If you're lying into the grain, it makes that shot so much more difficult, doesn't it?
That's a really well played shot. You could see with how steep he picked that up. He was trying to catch the ball first and did a great job there.
Laurie Cantor from the middle of the fairway on 6.
Doesn't look happy.
I need to hear more regularly from Anirban. Natural behind the mic.
I'd rather have clubs in my hand, to be honest.
Not in this event.
Oh, not in this one. No, I hope not.
Well, Jake, you know good people when you see him. One of the best in the game, sitting between us here. Now back to Kieran. He seems extremely focused and extremely composed, Suanne.
He is. You know, he leans a lot on Scott as a mentor and for advice. And those two are so close. Kieran's been out a couple of times to support his brother. Obviously, Scott's had a great year, and what a finish in Jeddah. It was clutch. But you know, Kieran's very different from Scott. He's a bit more bubbly, he's jovial, he jokes around, doesn't take himself too seriously. Scott is one of the nicest guys as well, but certainly is a bit more serious, a bit more focused, a bit more, he's a little quieter. And Kieran's a little bit more, just more fun, you know. They're both great guys. I feel like that came off wrong.
Sitting here.
You had us laughing in here anyway.
I can hear the giggles.
Oh, that was not. That's the second putt he missed well right, and that was with some speed there.
Tester coming back.
Yeah.
Let me try that again. Scott and Kieran are both great guys.
There you go. Perfect. Perfect.
You're not wrong. Scott's very intense.
He's also the shining example, the success story of what the opportunity LIV Golf presents as well. Playing his way into that first event, and he's still there.
No, I think Jeddah was, you know, absolutely, you know, it was a shining example of what LIV holds, you know. He had everything to play for, and he showed up, and he really golfed his ball on that Sunday. And it was a brilliant storyline. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
Nervy one here for Samuya.
Yeah, right to left. Wind down from where he is.
That line on the ball is pointing a long way right.
Yeah, this is a mover.
In the bottom nonetheless. Oshu, his third at 8.
He's got a great lie here. All the blades of the grass laying towards the hole.
Cross-handed chipping.
Oh, yeah.
That was really well played there.
All right, we're going to head to a little commercial break. Anirban, we can't thank you enough for stopping by. Always great to see you, and we look forward to seeing you again in Mexico.
Thank you so much. Can't wait to be back, guys.
And I agree with the gentleman who chimed in. We always like to hear from Anirban Lahiri. Fantastic stuff. Best of luck. Happy holidays.
Thank you so much.
Back out to the action. Laurie Cantor on the green at number 6. 5 under. Tied for that magical number right now. Third place. This gets to a playoff, Dom. I don't know if I can watch.
No, I know. There's so much on the line. It's so much.
The dream that, again, I keep reiterating this. Oh, look at this.
Oh.
Look at that. Laurie Cantor from downtown breaking that tie.
Well, there'll be no playoff right now if it ends like this.
2-3 years ago, nobody could have even dreamed, except for perhaps Greg Norman and the people behind LIV, dreamed up that LIV Golf would come into this kind of existence. Now these guys can do nothing but dream of being a part of it. Kevin Chappell.
And they've flown from all over the world for this opportunity.
22 countries represented amongst the 73 players here this week, and I can tell you Zach Beauchou did make his birdie to get it to 6, so the number is now 6 under and counting. 3 players will have their lives changed forever tonight. Nathan Watts, 724. Thank you for tuning in. We'd love to hear from all of you, and I hope you enjoy what is going to be a nerve-wracking and dramatic conclusion to LIV Golf Promotions.
It looks like it's the middle of the night where Nathan Watts watching from.
Back to the tee at 6 from our drone shot, Alf overhead.
It's a dangerous tee shot, this one, isn't it, Suan?
It is. It's a narrow tee shot. The hazard on the right comes in a lot quicker than it looks. It's also the hardest green to hit. Only 45% of the field has hit this green, so you have to hit the fairway here. Trying to draw one.
Boy, that club has behaved beautifully for Vincent so far today. We may see that club more often. Look at that.
And the word I was looking for to describe Scott Vincent was regimented. Scott, if you're watching, I apologize. You know, I'm a huge fan of yours.
I promise you he's watching.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, Suan said I'm boring. I think that's what he just said. He
No, that's not what I said. He's one of the best human beings on this planet,
Yes,
that's for sure. Now Callie also going with the fairway wood.
Right, but it shouldn't get into the water with that club, but he's going to have some tree problems.
Oh, that sounded thin, too. Out of the green at 7, Martin Traynor, Kevin Chappell. Both winners on the PGA Tour. It'll be Traynor first.
We've seen a lot of putts from this side of the hole, understandably, with the water on the right and short of this green. He has dual citizenship. Martin Traynor, French and American, but born in France.
Until he was 5. Family moved to America, and he recently changed his sporting nationality to fly the French flag.
It's understandable, these guys want to take their time. No stone unturned. Just too much on the line. I've seen a couple of putts come up short. And that also. That's stone dead. Wow, Alice on the par 5 8th, second shot. Can he get home? If not, he wants to leave it where Boshu left it, but he's not. He's in the bunker. Would have reached.
That ricocheted in the wrong direction as well. Eugenio Chicada is watching. Thanks for tuning in, Gino. Let's go, Zach Boshu. We need another poke. Yes. How many pokes are there?
Wow.
4?
At
think
least.
There's 4. Yeah, we got Wolf, Howell, him, Uline. Might be 5. Kevin Chappell needs this for birdie badly.
And at the moment, he's 4 back from the number. Well, Kali Samuya looks like he found some trouble off the tee. What's it look like, Suan?
Yeah, he has done. I mean, the lie's not bad, but he's got that tree in front of him. You can see the left side of this green here. This is a huge decision. What do? Punch one out, give yourself.
Let me just check a colour there.
minimal chance of making a big number, or do you try and play aggressive and go for it? Maybe punch fade one down the left side of this fairway, chase one up there.
It is a front cut. 180 meters the front edge.
It's a long way back. He is 209 from where he is to today's hole location, which is on the right section of this green. I can't quite see from where I am, but what does he look like he has?
Well, looks like perhaps a 4 or 5 iron.
Yeah, so I guess he's going to try and punch fade one.
Choking well down on it as well, also.
Good contact.
No layup in that.
Headed towards the left bunker.
That's what it's found. Not too bad.
Just kind of in neutral right now for Smooya, though. Now, Rory Cantor. Don't know how that swing ever hits a bad shot.
Oh.
There's a fair bit of pretty dense grass right there. I doubt that rolled back down in. Kieran, his second.
166 for Kieran. He's got a wedge.
.469 yards. 3 wood.
Wedge.
And a wedge.
Zach Boshu at 9, Anthony.
Yeah, 166 yards left for his second. This pin, for the first time today, players can breathe a bit of relief. Not really cut tight to any side, but he does have to be careful of going long. That'll be the short side here, but anything a little bit right, a little bit left, still a birdie chance.
Start a little left to where he wanted. But that'll be 9 consecutive greens for Zach Boshu today in the final round.
Third shot for Ahlers on the 8th, the par 5. Not that much room to work with. Needs to catch just nicely and just getting a little kick off the fringe.
Alone with your thoughts and time drawing near for something that, I mean, you dream of, but you just can't allow yourself the luxury of believing it's possible till now. And it's within reach for that man, Kale Smooya. And all those guys, I would say, from 4 under on up have a really legitimate chance to be
very much so
a participant in the LIV Golf League 2024.
But the fact that he shot that 65 this morning, Jerry, and had that couple of shot lead, just give him that little bit of cushion. He can afford 1 or 2 mistakes as long as he makes a few birdies.
From a physical standpoint, this course is not a tough walk. 36 holes in this weather, it's not grueling. The pressure, they're going to sleep well.
3 of them will sleep very well.
Yes,
if they sleep at all.
If they sleep. This is Poom Saxonson for birdie to get to 5 under.
It's got it. It's in. It's in. This man can fill it up when he starts seeing the line. He moves to 5 under. Smooya.
Lie's pretty good. A lot of green to work with. Can run one up.
Which is what he's done. But it's run just a touch too far. That's another 7-8 footer. He's put himself under a lot of heat.
All par since the start for Smooya. Ahlers at 8 for birdie. Well done. Yaku Ahlers gets to -6. He's in that tie for second. All smiles right now. But the banter between players will start to lessen and lessen as the holes count down.
Opportunities. Once in a lifetime, that one comes along to join the biggest stars in golf, to battle against the best and battle with the best,
Mesmerizing.
to create history and define careers. That moment is now. 3 days to survive and advance. 3 spots and 1 shot for glory.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh!
The stakes have been raised for an opportunity of a lifetime. Golf's biggest stage awaits.
The beautiful and challenging Abu Dhabi Golf Club is the stage for golf's most dramatic passion play. 18 holes with a life-changing opportunity to join a growing list of superstars and major champions on the game's most innovative and exciting league. With Don Boulay alongside, Jerry Foltz here with highlights from round 4 already underway, beginning with Laurie Cantor at number 6 for birdie.
Yeah, after a morning 68, Cantor birdied the 3rd, and there, another birdie.
Oklahoma State product Zach Boshu is playing very nicely in the final round. This is 2nd of 3.
Oh, beautiful shot with his irons. After a birdie on 2 also.
Kieran Vincent hoping to join his brother in LIV Golf League next year for birdie at 3.
In the middle of the hole after a 67 this morning.
And Kalis Muya.
Well, he was the leader after the morning round with a 65, but all par so far today.
Yaku Allers, 41-year-old South African, his 2nd shot at number 3.
Would love to play on the LIV Golf League in 2024. He's right in with a chance.
And Laurie Cantor, just a moment ago, his 2nd from off the green at 7. That finds the bottom of the cup, 2 birdies in a row, and that would give him the lead because Samuya had this for par at 6.
Came out of the greenside bunker after a poor tee shot. And his first bogey of the afternoon round.
Things are changing very quickly at the top. Remember, there's only 3 spots, 3 positions available, 3 golden tickets to next year's LIV Golf League. And remember, and all that represents, they're playing for a little more than that. The guys who aren't successful for that dream to come true, the other guys who finish 4 through 10 get tour cards to the Asian Tour International Series, which has grown in stature very, very quickly. Holes are running out for some of the guys that we're scrolling down to. Of the 20 players competing here on final 2 rounds as it is Sunday. We've heard from myself and Don Boulay out on the course. We have LIV Golf broadcast stalwart and team member, the coolest one there is, Suan Heng, and Anthony Kang joining us this week from the Asian Tour broadcast team, and they have been fantastic since we arrived on site here at the Abu Dhabi Golf Club, bringing us inside the ropes, if you will, of some of the most intense golf most of these players have ever played. We'll head back to the action live. Martin Trainer getting ready to play his 3rd at the par 5, number 8.
virtually in the exact spot that Zach Beauchou was in after 2, and he pitched it pretty much stone dead. But let's head back to the tee after that chip in. And that's 2 birdies in a row on 6 and 7. An unlikely one on the 7th. More likely here if he does make a birdie, especially if he finds the fairway, which he does.
And we'll head back to Martin Trainer, 32-year-old, born in France, lives now in Northern California where his family moved when he was young. Played his college golf at USC. He's a winner at every level where he has played, the Corn Ferry Tour and the PGA Tour, and now trying to get his chance to join all of the stars of LIV Golf League.
And a great opportunity for a birdie, which he does need. Couple back off the number now, and that was nicely played, very nicely played.
Our final pairing in the final round includes Kieran Vincent and Kale Shmuya, and Sue-Ann Heng is following the action and telling us what they've been going through so far. And Sue-Ann, not a lot of dramatics thus far in the final round.
No, Kale just bogeyed the 6th. He's 1 over for his afternoon round. Played so well this morning, 7 under, and Kieran's playing very solid.
Yes.
Like that?
Yes.
Can be a little on my left, you said?
Yes.
They've moved the 7th tee a little more forward into the left. Now playing 175. Went into and off the left, as you heard Jacob said. This is a tough hole location. Today is on that far right portion of this green. Another pin you don't want to go for. It's a tough shot with a little left wind.
Kieran Vincent in a recent interview said, "We as golfers live for the pressure moments. If there wasn't any pressure, there wouldn't be any privilege to it."
Good shot there, bud.
25-year-old from Harare, Zimbabwe. His brother also plays. He's a member of the Ironhead. Scott Vincent, winner 2023 in Vietnam on the Asian Tour International Series, and holds a degree in exercise science from Liberty University, Lynchburg, Virginia.
Now, Kale needs to get something going here. Certainly don't want to lose any ground with fewer holes left. You know, Scott Vincent said something, and his attitude towards golf is so optimistic. He's all about learning and growing, and I think that's something Kieran is perhaps following as well. This is a good-looking shot.
Great response after that bogey on the 6th.
This is Trainer for birdie at 8, and I'd like to introduce you to our other on-course announcer, Anthony Kang, who's out there experiencing and witnessing what all these players are going through. Not following this group, but Anthony, tell us a little bit about the environment out there.
This inventive format and the pressures that the players have talked about, how much they're feeling it all the way from the very first round to this, the ultimate, the final round. Now, all these guys are going to be making their way towards the final 9 holes, where for some, they're going to have that reality of joining the LIV Golf League really within grasp.
Martin Trainer just had a prayer answered on that putt.
Yeah, he did. I didn't think this. It was pace. Any harder, that would not have gone in.
Laurie Cantor, the fairway at 8. Those green lines, well, the green line is the one. That's the one that matters. The yellow line, it's a nice consolation prize being a member of the Asian Tour International Series. But the top one, the green line, 3 spots and 3 spots only, and you get the golden ticket and a golden coin, as it is, to next year's LIV Golf League.
Looks like he was looking right. He really went after that one. And just a touch right, but that's a better bunker to be in than the one Arles was in on the other side of the green.
Laurie Cantor has played 19 LIV Golf League events. He would desperately love to be out there again next year.
Kazuma alongside Cantor. He's at 4 under, certainly not out of it. Still plenty of holes left to play, but he's in that bunker that Arles was in, and that's a lot tougher to get it close from there, and he knows it. He knows it.
We'll head out to 10, and 22-year-old amateur from China by way of the University of Cal Berkeley. This is Samson Zhang, and Anthony is following.
This is from 267 with the wind helping just a bit. Found this one of the narrower fairways here. Got a good opportunity to get this on the green or anywhere around. If he's not successful getting it on the green.
Oh, that was a good shot, right on line. Hit a magnificent 3-wood to the 18th yesterday. Made an eagle 3. Boom! Saksansin. His 3rd to the 9th. Just missed the green. 5 under par. He will remain there as he makes the turn. Currently just 1 shot out.
Now back to 10, and Zach Boshu, Oklahoma State product.
This from 255, well within reach, but this pin on the front right, tough to get it close unless he just clears the greenside bunker, lands on the soft area, just gets on green.
He does. Oh, that must have come down from some height.
Boy, he had some great shots starting this final round as well, and that's another beauty. Now check back into the final pairing and Kieran Vincent.
And greens out here at Abu Dhabi Golf Club. They can get very tricky to read.
This for birdie for Kieran Vincent at the par 3. 1 back of the lead.
It's a left to right putt for Kieran.
Delicate. Probably wise with a putt like that. Delicate now. The 3rd at 9. Yaku Holler, excuse me.
I think this is makeable. He had the line. Maybe it would have missed left, but okay. That's par on 9. It's not a bad score whatsoever.
The likable 41-year-old from South Africa, Yaku, who's got his supporters as well. From the UK on a lazy Sunday morning with the Christmas decorations in the background.
Now Kale for a birdie here. Good opportunity. Left to right breaking putt.
It's going to miss right. He really wants the first birdie just to settle everything, the nerves. Good opportunity on the next, the 8th, the par 5.
Everything had to seem so easy this morning. 7 under par 65. Right at sunup when these 20 players started their round at a shotgun start in the morning. All of them going off separate tees this afternoon, 1 and 10, to complete this really, really important day. This is Laurie Cantor getting ready to play his 3rd shot out at number 8. And remember, he played in 2022 and 23 LIV Golf League as a reserve in 23, South African amateur champion 13 years ago, and he made a hole-in-one in Singapore. It was a third hole-in-one, yes, third hole-in-one in LIV Golf history, and he dropped the club. He completely mishit the shot, and it found the bottom of the cup. Not mishitting many today.
No. I'm sure the lie's pretty good because it rolled into the bunker. So this is not a tough shot. This looks excellent. Excellent shot. Looks like it should be another birdie for Cantor, which would move him 2 clear.
Right now, if it ended, we would have 4 players for 2 spots in a playoff for those 3 coveted spots in next year's LIV Golf League.
Oh, Anthony, I can't believe this.
Yeah, the bunker, the face of this bunker is very steep and really unfortunate. The sand right up against the face, really soft, so really unfortunate. I just don't think he can get this out. It's just way too steep. And he won't be able to have much leverage because of no stance. Most likely, He's going to have to hit his 4th shot from out of this bunker. He's got a tough task just to get it out in front of him, just about a yard or 2.
He's young and he's strong. You need all of that right now.
Nope.
Oh, he's done very well.
That's just pure power right there. And he didn't even take a big move at it. He couldn't. He had no balance.
Yeah, no leverage with his legs.
First one of those we've seen all week long.
Very
as well.
surprised.
That was a good shot. Really well done.
Left of that guy standing. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Cool.
Kieran Vincent at 8.
Yeah. For those of you who just joined us, you might have seen a very familiar face on Kieran's bag. That is Jacob Fleck, on loan from his brother Scott Vincent.
Well, he's aiming well left. He's going to launch this one, Suan.
Yeah, Dom, they've moved the tee 20 yards forward. Winds into. But with this guy's length, he can certainly take on the left corner. That's left.
Hit really, really well.
This is Zach Boshu for eagle out at 10. This would put him all the way into the outright lead.
Yes, and he knows exactly how he stands in the tournament, how stacked it is at the top of the leaderboard, walking from 9th to here. Clear indication of a giant leaderboard.
Oh, it's got a chance. Oh, that was a really good putt. Tied with Cantor, but Cantor has that good opportunity on 8.
Four Cantor putts at 8 for birdie. This is Kazuma.
Pretty good bunker shot from that left side. Needs a break, and it does. Well done.
And he moves up to a tie for 6-1, back of the cut line for the 3 magical tickets. Now Cantor. Pylon on the left. You can see Boshu did tap in for birdie at 10. This to go back on top for Cantor.
Boshu 5 under for his round today. Doing what he needs to do. Cantor, if he pops this in, will be 4 under for his round today. After that 68, moving to 8 under. And once again, back into the outright lead. To hit this one very hard. Soft hands, not much tension there in the hands. That's a good sign. Well done.
Well done indeed. Martin Trainer, second at 9. He's 1 back of any chance to play next year. And that follow through is getting more and more violent as the holes click by. But the results are nice. This would be an impressive birdie for Samson Zhang.
Almost deserves it after that second shot. That was only a yard from being a good chance for an eagle. He stays at 2 under. The 11th. To Pat.
As we watch Pat here, Dom, that yellow line represents the guys who get exempt cards for the Asian Tour International Series, the place where you're on the board of. As you could tell us the importance of that.
Oh, absolutely, Jerry. I mean, it's an opportunity for you to get your LIV Golf League card. If you win the International Series Order of Merit, like Andy Ogletree did, you're guaranteed to start, guaranteed to be on a team, all 14 starts. And for a player, for someone like Samson Zhang, what a great way to start his career if he decides to turn pro.
Just bypass all the other steps leading up to it.
Exactly.
Go straight there, yes.
He's right on the bubble right now.
Our leader Cantor at 9. Now winning would be nice. There is a $1.5 million purse for this LIV Golf Promotions, but first, second, and third basically are all tied, and you just want any one of them. 200 grand for first, 100 for third.
That is the furthest thing from their minds right now.
Absolutely.
That is a tough tee shot at 9, but he has found the fairway. Water both left and right.
This is the 8th where we saw Vincent hit it well left. Samuya, though, in the left rough, he'll be first to play.
Yeah, it lies pretty good for Samuya. 268, wind into their faces here on the 8th. Hole location today, front left. Just in case some anxious viewers might be wondering where Kieran's ball is. It's just fine. Sigh of relief. 3-wood for Kale.
Kale, the only player amongst the contenders who has not made a birdie in the final round.
Right.
Sai saying be right.
It's looking pretty good.
Oh, got a bad kick.
Oh.
Needed a kick to the right, just kicked slightly to the left. Catches that bunker.
This turned out better than I think he would have envisioned for Vincent.
I would say 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to hit this with the follow-through of my golf club. But I'm just scared about that 1/10 or 1% or whatever it might be. So that's the only concern that I have.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that I'm concerned about, is just maybe kind of following through and hitting that.
Yeah, personally, for me, and I'm not hitting the shot, I don't see hitting it. But,
okay.
Let's not see. You can't, because you've got to tell me.
Yeah. So it's just like my only thought process.
While we wait for that ruling at 8, Martin Traynor birdie at 9 to get into a tie for that 3rd position.
From what I've noticed, he's a die putter, just likes the ball to trickle in at perfect pace. So I don't think this will be travelling too quickly. No, a bit more pace on it. Not quite getting the line. And you can see the anguish.
Jaco Ahler's going forward at 10. He's one of those guys tied for 3rd.
A little left. Oh, luckily it didn't hit the cart path. That could have been big trouble.
A little in on my right, you said?
Yeah.
As you heard, Kieran, 9 out of 10 times he's not going to hit that cart path with his club. But Jerry, as you pointed out, this was a much better result than he would have expected walking up that fairway. He's got 243, went into and a little from his right.
So 3 or 4 yards left. He could have had a lost ball in that ice plant.
On days like these, you just need a little bit of luck.
That you do.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Well, Suann and I had a chance to hear from John Rahm on our new podcast, Fairway to Heaven, the other night, talking about what his potential team names might be.
But yeah, I didn't never realize how much the team logo and the team name, how difficult of a decision that was going to be. And I'm here for it though. And listen, in social media, whoever is watching this, I'm open to suggestions. I can imagine a lot of the names are going to be Spanish bull or matador related, like most of the ones I've seen. But I would like people to maybe think outside the box as well a little bit, right? I'm not the only Spanish player over there in LIV Golf, so we'll see what we come up with.
How about Rambo? Rambo.
Rambo's.
No, I wish, but it's a little taken already.
I was gonna say that would be like the perfect soundtrack and the perfect actor for it too.
Oh, that would be. And Suann, did you ever think when we both got signed on with LIV Golf that we would you would have to be stuck with me doing a podcast weekly?
Oh, I couldn't think of anyone else to do it with, Jerry.
Well, we certainly have an inherent list of incredible guests to be welcoming in the near future. You can find that wherever you listen to your podcasts. Fairway to Heaven. Beautiful name as well. 2 places I will never probably visit. John would like your suggestions for team names. And a lot of them are rolling in through social media. The battering Roms. Ramen noodles.
Oh,
I like that one.
That one's good. Rom Page. Rumble GC, Rockin' Rombo, Vamos GC. I like it. Los Toros. There we go. Keep them coming. I'm sure he's going to read every one of them before he makes a final decision. The Ballesteros. That'd be good. All right, our current leader, Glory Cantor. His second shot at number 9.
Couldn't have placed it in a better spot on the fairway. He doesn't like it. Maybe tucked a touch. Or more than a touch. It's okay though. The line, well, it's hard to tell from here, but he's got room.
36 holes, 20 players. We thought we'd see some separation. It is bunched up.
No.
There is no breathing room amongst those top 8 players right there. Samuya at 8, moment to go.
Yeah, we've seen that on a few occasions, just landing on the downslope, no spin.
And as we head back out to Samson Zhang at 11, here is our interactive poll. Scan that QR code and let us know when you think Rom's going to win his first 3 events. Oh, of course everybody's going to vote for that. First one being in Mayakoba, Mexico, followed by Vegas in on Super Bowl weekend, back-to-back weeks. Vote now. Rom, first 3 events. That would be my guess, but
just to assure the viewers there, this is a waste bunker. It's not a waste area. It's not a bunker, so he is permitted to ground the club, which he did. And what a shot too.
Jerry, I think we should maybe share Faraday's team idea name.
Swingleberries?
Swingleberries.
Swingleberries.
Something he pointed out that was interesting, though. He said, you know, did not realize how much work goes into team names and team stuff. Something that he'll have to get used to moving forward. Now, Kieran, little bump and run, left to right.
Steady. That's okay. Not bad from there. Uphill putt.
You'll have that to get to 7 under. Tied for second. That would be the cut line for the 3 golden tickets. Top 3 are playing next year as members of LIV Golf League. It's an opportunity of a lifetime for every single player in the field, including Zach Boshu.
Yeah, the second shot from 115. A great birdie opportunity here.
Oh, he's posing.
He is swinging it beautifully.
Just tearing the flagstick down today, hitting every shot where he's aiming. Putt, the speed is right on every single one. You couldn't ask for more as a competitor. Now it's just about controlling those emotions. This is Samuya for birdie, back at 8 to get it into that tie for second.
He needs to start rolling some of these in, especially on the par 5s. Want to take full advantage of them. It's an uphill. Should move a little to his left.
Aggressive stroke. That's some work remaining. Each missed opportunity, Dom, and that pressure mounts, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was just thinking, Jerry, you just got to rely on all those years of experience. He's been a pro for over 10 years. You know, you can't hit the panic button just yet. Now we're on the 10th green. This is Pumsak Sansin. We'll go back to the 9th green. Rory Cantor has got to chip out of this rather thick Bermuda.
Came out a little hot.
Yeah, I think it just sounded like it came off the bottom of the club a little bit.
Kieran for birdie. Oh my. That was unexpected. Zach Beauchou for a share of the lead.
And not much break in this, just a slight movement from his right, but just to touch up on the point you guys made, making the LIV Golf League and the roster, you're going to get 14 starts in it. You could be a pro for years and maybe playing 1, 2, sometimes even none against a stacked field like that.
That's a great point. Oh, that was a great putt. Turned right at the end. Yeah, you can play your entire life and never look up and down the range and see Phil Mickelson, Bryson DeChambeau, Brooks Koepka, Cam Smith, et al.
And perhaps be on one of the teams.
One of the teams with
led by a major champion and other great players.
John Rahm.
Who knows?
Who knows who makes up that roster? I think we're all curious to find that out. The whole golf world is, actually. Cantor to try and save par while we wait for him. We're going to go back to Jaco Allers at 10.
It's going to get there.
Oh, that's a second one today. Had one hang on the lip early, and that one just kisses the corner and misses. Now back to Laurie Cantor for par.
With the scores as they are, I'm going to predict 10 under is going to make it.
He's getting kind of immune to the nerves right now. I think he was in our playoff yesterday to get into, what was it, 5 for 4 to get into today's round. Beautiful up and down at 18 to get it done. Just nicks the edge as well. Well, our commissioner and CEO is on hand as well, Greg Norman. We're hoping to maybe hear his insights on this special event a little later.
Martin Trainer, second shot on the 10th. We heard from Anaban that he's played a fair bit with Martin Trainer. He's a long hitter. That sounded solid too. Staying in the air a long time, just not quite carrying that bunker, but it's okay there. Par putt also for Kazuma after Cantor's bogey, but not a bogey for the Japanese player. He stays at 5 under, just one back at the moment. Vincent on the tee at 9.
Wind into and off the left.
Just hang on there. Now, you see the yellow line on our pylon. Anyone inside of that will have a full card to the International Series Order of Merit. Surdit is fully exempt for next year, so not something he's thinking about. It's more trying to get up, climb that pylon up into the top 3. Samuya.
Pretty much straight on your back, a smidge off the left. Okay. That 8 this morning flew at 83, so
12 T.
Yeah.
Zach Beauchou.
Yep.
167 yards. Pin on the top shelf for the first time this week. Zach Beauchou, tee shot on the 12th.
And there's a bit of help, a lot of downwind and off the left, but once again, this pin doesn't look like it's tight one bit, so feeling really good looking over this shot. You can be aggressive with your target line.
That swing is working right now. Absolutely working. Just flushing every single one of them. Ball curls toward the hole. '18 Palmer Cup member. 2 top 5 finishes this season on the Korn Ferry Tour. And of course, Victor Hovland, his good friend, teammate, roommate at Oklahoma State, caddied for him the day after winning the Memorial. 36 holes in Columbus, Ohio.
That's a true friend.
Samson Zhang just hanging on inside the yellow line that you see on the pylon leaderboard left. That is the line of distinction for those who earn Asian Tour International Series status. Of course, the green line is all important. That is the dream come true, a spot on next year's LIV Golf League.
Yeah, but getting starts in the International Series, that's not bad either. Those are some of the best tournaments on the Asian Tour and some of the best courses, strong courses.
Well, the first person Jon Rahm got to speak to after deciding to join LIV Golf League, well, he got our Irish friend, David Faraday, and they talked about John's decision to join LIV Golf.
Well, you've been the subject of rumors for a long time now. What was it that finally made you make the leap?
God, yeah, I've been hearing some things for a few years now.
Yeah.
I think the innovation and the vision of LIV Golf is what pushed me over to at least give it a chance and hear the pitch out, and ultimately ended up being what I guess I wanted to hear, right? I believe in the growth of the game of golf. I've largely spoken about how Seve improved the game of golf in Spain, and I've always said how I would like to do the same thing over there. And if I can reach a bigger audience, it would be amazing. And I do believe this process will help me do that. Even though it's not part of this sport, it is now, though. It was the team aspect of things, right? Some of the biggest sporting events, for the most part, people are following their teams. And I myself, growing up being a massive Athletic Bilbao fan, I realized that, you know, that has a bit of an appeal, right? Much more than I gave it credit to even in golf.
For the full 8-minute interview, you can go to the LIV Golf Plus, LIV Golf Plus app, and listen to it. Of course, congratulations to Jon Rahm on his momentous decision to come from all around LIV Golf League. And the four aces, two-time and reigning league champions, the four aces, on signing it up. Of course, one of the greatest golfers to ever lace them up, Phil Mickelson, saying very nice things about the man that is Jon Rahm and the player. Now, back out to our final pairing, Kale Sumuya on 9.
He's got 182. Today's hole location's tucked back right. Wind off the left. And it is starting to pick up, guys. The back nine is going to start playing interesting.
Stay there.
Great shot there from Sumuya. Well, Seve Ballester was growing up in England. Seve was my golfing idol, Jerry, and I'm sure Jon Rahm is going to inspire so many players, especially in Spain, to pick up the game or to pursue their dreams.
Vincent next.
That ball sitting a little down. He's got 155. I'm not sure if he's seen the leaderboard yet. 6 under is tied for third. He's got a wedge.
Jumped. No, it didn't.
Wow. I didn't think he could take it at the flagstick from that line. He hits it 4 feet away. What a shot.
Incredible.
Vincent.
Samson Zhang, he needs birdies. 2 under. He's on the 12th. Good chance this, Anthony.
Yes, it is. Putting downhill, a little bit of a left to right movement in the beginning portion of his putt, but yes, it is getting down time for him to where he's got to take a little bit of a straighter line to the hole, adding a bit of speed, but at the same time, because he does know that he's got a place to play next year, at least 10 tournaments, should he finish inside the top 10, so he's aware of that as well.
If he still chooses to turn pro. Yes, absolutely. They do. The players do get. We have 4 amateurs start. He's the only one who made it to the final day. 4 amateurs started here this week, and they get 2 hours after conclusion of play today to make that life-changing decision. Actually, sorry, Anthony.
No, not at all. That's a very good point. I keep forgetting that everyone's obviously going to turn pro.
No, afraid not.
Martin Trainer for birdie at 10. This will get him to the magic number. If it drops, well, boats are rolling in on our interactive poll, and everybody agreeing Jon Rahm's going to win early, and I guess some probably feel he wins often. But I think in our very brief history with LIV Golf League, it has proven it's not easy.
No, it's not easy.
Stacked with great players, and great players that have obviously proven their mettle against the rest of the best in the major championships where they have competed this year and previously.
A player like Patrick Reed with his game, he's
still
yet
hasn't
to
won.
win his first LIV Golf League event.
Boshu for birdie.
And nothing in this putt, looks dead straight.
I don't know if that was an imperfection of the green or there was some subtle slope there, but it just kicked it dead left halfway there, and that perfect speed catches the bottom. What a putt for Boshu. He leads the way at 8 under.
Samoya for his first birdie of the day.
Right to left.
How patient can you remain?
Well, he started the day really, started the round, because they did play earlier today, 7 under par, led by 2, and the only guy who really teed off in the afternoon here with potentially something to lose.
But he's
now
chasing
he's the pursuer.
Now. He's the pursuer.
Does he realize that and change the mindset, change the outlook, change the sensation going into the back 9?
We always say, Jerry, everybody says it's easier to pursue than it is to lead.
Yeah, this now for Kieran Vincent after that short miss, similar length back at 8. This to get it to 7 under, and that would move the number for those top 3 magic tickets to 7 under.
What an incredible second shot. That's one of the many things he can take advantage of with his length and his ball flight coming out of the rough. Getting the ball to land nice and soft. Outside right.
That one started a little left, but caught the edge of the hole. The pressure mounts as the holes click by. 3 spots on offer for LIV Golf League 2024. 9 holes to go.
Ahead on the 11th. Saksansin currently 2 back of that number. Well, this will be his 3rd, and he needs to release.
Thirty-year-old soft-spoken Thai player, very soft-spoken.
But he has a wicked sense of humor. When you talk to him, he's very humorous.
Kevin Chappell on the tee at 11.
Dogleg from left to right.
And he needs to make some birdies on the backside. Currently 4 back of where he needs to be.
I'll be interested to see if Kevin Chappell does get one of those top 10 cards, chance to play on the International Series, if he will take that opportunity.
Yeah, someone like him, he has past champion status on the PGA Tour, limited starts out there. It'd be a big decision. Now Jaco Allers for birdie at 10 or 11.
That's good. Another good putt. Another one just doesn't quite drop in.
That was Zach Boshu's tee shot at 13.
Cantor here on the 10th after making his first bogey of the afternoon. He's not in a great spot with that front pin over that deep bunker coming out of the Bermuda rough. Doesn't sit, not sitting too badly, but there's still quite a lot of grass behind the ball.
And it's a huge pleasure and honor to welcome in our commissioner and CEO to the commentary box, Mr. Greg Norman. What have you been up to?
Jerry, I just wish I had a life like yours, just laying back, doing nothing in a nice air-conditioned booth, just watching TV, calling golf shots.
Congratulations, by the way. I know you had it was a pretty big week for LIV Golf and for John Rahm and you.
Yeah, it definitely was. We'll just watch Laurie. I just actually watched him make his first bogey on 9, so I just backed away from that. So hopefully he can hit a good pitch shot in here. Not much room to work with, actually. I think this flag 6 only about 7 or 8 on.
He's still hanging on, 7 under. That's the cut line right now for those top 3 spots. And nice picture in New York with Greg Norman and our newest LIV Golf League member. You met him when he was 19.
Yeah, I did. Met him in 19 in Mayakaba, and just a sweetheart of a kid then, and just the same right now. He's going to be a tremendous spokesperson for LIV, for his team, for all the players that are around. He's really is a polished, advanced beyond the years type of guy, and I just really enjoyed. Yesterday was the most enjoyable day with him, and we're talking about team names and the branding, the logo, and how we're going to go about it and what we're going to do, because we don't have much time. We have like 55 days until the first event, so we got a lot to do in a very short period of time. But the way he was engaged with it, and the way he loved the team concept, Jerry, talking about what he did in college and what it represented to him, the individuals and the team, just meant so much to him. And to hear him talk about where he wants to take his team and how he's going to get there was just so far advanced than what I expected.
And the world in general is still learning how to digest, I guess, what LIV Golf is and what it represents. I love something he said in his interviews. He said, I put golf first, and that was a huge part of why I'm making this decision, putting golf first, and the abilities that LIV will provide him to make an impact throughout the world.
Yeah, and I think one word that resonated with him the most from me was partnership. And I said to him right from the beginning when I first met him a month or 2 ago in Arizona, my final statement to him, I said, John, I just want you to sit back when I leave, and I want you and Kelly to think about this. I said, on any tour, we're a pass-through entity. We play a finite time period. The great players execute for a short period of time, 15 years, 13 years, 17 years, whatever it is, and then you're done. I said, and no institution or tour does invest in you. I said, with LIV, you're joining a family, and you're going to have a partnership with us across the board. And I left, and I just left them with that. And we talked about partnership together in the boardroom in New York. There's a beautiful shot in New York with him, and about where it's going to take it and the value it creates for him and how he's going to achieve it.
Fantastic. Fantastic. We're all looking forward to welcoming him. Mayakaba as well, a Greg Norman design masterpiece, if you don't mind me just brown nosing a little bit as we check back in with Laurie Cantor.
Made a few minor adjustments to that golf course, so you see a few little different things.
I look forward to it. Yeah. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Greg, you've played under a lot of pressure in your career. There's a lot of pressure out there. This has been a fantastic format this week.
I've absolutely loved it. When I landed late last night, Richard Marsh got me up to speed on what was going on. And to see, actually, I was here a couple of hours ago and watching the guys with their hard to swallow, tight lips, tight putting strokes, just like that. All this stuff that when you think of the value that's really where it sits with what it means to these guys for next year, it's just enormous.
Well, Kieran Vincent, one of the current guys, looking like if it ended now, he would be playing next year and joining his brother. That was his second shot at 9 from the rough. Beauty there, and he just caught the corner with that birdie putt drop it to move him into an advancing position.
Laurie Cantor hit a poor tee shot on the par 3 7th, but what a chip in.
And then Zach Boshu, product of Oklahoma State. Just swinging it perfectly today. Every shot going where he's aiming. And now his second at 13.
From the fairway.
Yeah, it's from 130. Although he's displaying great ball control, has to be careful with this pin. Stay left.
That was a mistake.
It's not just the financial rewards, obviously, for getting your ticket, Greg, but for a young player like Zach, the opportunity to stand on the range and play with major champions and practice with them and be on their teams, it's a huge opportunity.
Well, if these guys knew the potential positions they'll be playing on the teams that could be playing on next year, it's mind-boggling. Take the prize money away, which is $300+ million they'll play for next year. Is the fact that they get to be in the locker room and listen to those world major championships and former #1s in the world, and just be with them and understand what it takes to get to that level. It's just there's way more to it than just money, Dom.
Absolutely. You wish you had that opportunity, I bet, when you started your career.
Oh, absolutely. And he's a great example of the quality of players that LIV has, right? 15 of the last 30 major championships by LIV players. It's a testament to the strength of our field, the strength of what we delivered. And we knew this going in. The rest of the world just didn't want to pay attention to it.
I think they're paying attention now.
That is Kazuma. That was to get it to tie for 4th. And he is slowly climbing with holes running out. It's going to get tight down the stretch, and it's going to get nerve-wracking as we get back out to Sue-Ann Hang watching Kieran Vincent.
Yeah, he's just getting something to eat right now. It's been a long, grueling day out here. Guys have already played 27 holes. I remember following Scott Vincent in Jeddah. He had to play his best 9 in Jeddah to get into the 24th spot. And Kieran's going to have to play his best 9 coming in as well.
Sue-Ann, it's Greg here. I got a question for you. I've been watching Kieran a little bit this morning. I actually think he's got a better golf swing than his brother, to be honest with you. And there's no slide on Scott. This guy's just got, he's on balance, he's on plane, he's always hitting the ball hole high that I have seen, and I've only seen him play 3 or 4 holes. That's an impressive indication that you know your golf swing is swinging extremely well when you're consistently hole high.
Absolutely. I mean, he's just so dynamic. He's not of big stature, but he's very dynamic, uses the ground really well. Scott is a very consistent ball striker. I was talking to Jacob, who's on the bag this week on loan for Kieran. He told me, you know, Kieran spins the ball a lot more. Scott hits it a little flatter. Now, Kieran, he's got 247 to today's hole location. That's tucked on the right side of this green. Wind off the right.
Oh, how was that?
Gorgeous shot right there. Zach Boshu in a little trouble here at 13.
Yeah, he's got an unfortunate break. He's ball sitting down just a bit because of a poor rake job.
Not a good time for that. Not a good time, but it was always going to be a tough shot, even with a great lie. That was just a moment ago. Now live for his 4th.
Yeah, but he shook it off well. Just looked down back at the sand. Didn't really have too much of a reaction. He's got to gather himself. Hit a good shot here. Still a chance to save par.
That's a tester left for his bogey. Greg, I know you love to study players and their body language, when especially under pressure. What did you think we're going to see later on when they come towards the closing few holes?
Definitely be able to pick it out.
Yaku Allers gets it to 7 under. That's the hole as the checkered flag is drawing near. Head back out to 13, 22-year-old amateur Samson Zhang, who has some work ahead. 2 under par, right on that cut line for an International Series Asian Tour card.
Which, by the way, guys, it's a huge opportunity too to get your International Series spot. You know, Andy Ogletree made his way into the LIV Golf League through that pathway on the International Series Order of Merit. We'll be interested to see who he's joining next year.
Oh, he'll be a good addition to any team. He is some player, Andy Ogletree. Won it convincingly this year, the International Series.
Yeah, and it's a good point. The International Series really a viable option. It's not a penalty to go out and play out there. You know, for professional players trying to make a living, it provides an excellent opportunity. Andy Ogletree made over $1 million playing that series to lock up his start at the LIV Golf League. It is a wonderful opportunity. Now, Young Zhang, just a slight uphill putt on this, little bit of movement from his right.
And Greg, it has not been announced. We don't know the destination for Ogletree yet, do we?
I do. Is that okay?
Canter on the tee at 11. It has been, I know our fans, LIV Golf fans and fans in general, have really been enjoying this free agency period in LIV Golf and some of those eye-opening trades recently. As we go back to Zach Boshu. Zach Boshu, he got into this. The invite to play in this LIV Golf promotions event based on his TUGR ranking, which is what we decided to use with LIV Golf as far more representative as to the fair rankings of professional golfers throughout the world, and that was his only way to get in, and he is taking advantage of it.
Jerry, you and I could have the rest of the afternoon and talk about OWGR. And
I didn't even mention it.
We could talk for a long period of time.
It'll all settle it. It'll all take care of itself as long as you keep doing what you're doing.
Big putt, this. Huge putt.
That's double. Not only does it hurt the score, but that hurts the mindset a ton, Greg.
Yeah, that well, fortunately he's got a long walk to the 10th tee, and well, no, excuse me, what hole is he on? 13, excuse me. I don't know how long that walk is, but he's going to have to shake it off pretty quickly.
That'll drop him back to 6 under, outside looking into those top 3 positions.
Now Kale Samuja, not playing his best round so far this afternoon. Played great this morning. Drove his ball into the left side. I couldn't see any shot, but he did. Laid up to this point.
Wonderful pitch there. That could be his first birdie of the day. Great opportunity.
And if he does make that, likely that it is, he will be tied at 7 under for one of those golden tickets.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a playoff, or the third spot is looming large.
Yeah, that's going to be must-see TV, no question. I'm not sure we can watch. Yeah. I mean, it was nerve-wracking just the first 2 days watching the guys battle their emotions and their nerves just to advance in the top 20 each day. This is for something that, well, life-changing, absolutely life-changing for every player here.
Guys, not knowing the golf course, how are the last 4 or 5 holes? Are they back into the wind? Are they birdieable holes? What is it?
18's par 5, reachable for most, but it's one of the tougher fairways to hit. It's one of the fairest golf courses you'll ever find for an event like this. Nothing is overly dramatic. There's, double bogeys are rare.
And even though we just saw one.
Exactly, exactly. But it's not a matter of inches. It reminds me of some of your designs, actually. It's subtle as opposed to dramatic. And you don't hit a good shot that makes double.
Got it. So as this thing plays out over the next 3 or 4 or 5 holes, you can actually see the opportunity of guys making a bunch of birdies. Like right now with Kieran, he makes eagle here, right? It's a big jump for him with the holes ahead of him.
Yeah. The back nine's bookended by the only 2 par 5s, and he's got the length to take advantage of both. So he knocks this in, he'd have to They'd have to either make some mistakes or the other guys would have to go crazy for him not to have a really good chance. Not to be, but that'll get him to 8 under par. He'll have the outright lead over Allers and Cantor with just 8 holes remaining. LIV Golf Promotions. Samuya to get it to 7 under.
Was on a similar line to Kieran's putt. He missed a few of these early this morning. As Dom said, this is going to be his first birdie of the day. Needs it to just settle him down.
Well done.
That gets him back on the number.
All right, big tee shot here for Zach Boshu.
It's made a bit easier with the wind blowing down, but to hit Greg's point, you can use that time to really pump yourself up, make it a one-hole match, and take it hole by hole.
There's a little more anxiety in that follow-through than we've seen out of him. Understandably.
Okay, Laurie Cantor once again coming out the Bermuda. We've seen a few flyers this week.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that, Dom. You've seen the ball jumping out of this grass?
It has. All the players have been saying you can catch some really wicked flyers. It is a grass that is prone to flyers, isn't it, Greg?
Yeah,
Bermuda grass.
Yeah, you'd rather have the ball sitting down more and do a chunk and run than sitting up where you get those flyers.
Yaku Allers. Tied for second, 41-year-old South African Yaku Allers. Not sure when he picked up the clubs he would have ever imagined himself in the position he's in right now, to something that hadn't even been dreamt. Well, it had been dreamt of, but it hadn't been anywhere near put into execution. And now he's got a chance, a really legitimate chance with a few holes remaining, to be a member of LIV Golf League.
He keeps finding fairways.
Yeah, he's got nice solid posture.
Good shot right there.
Been a great couple of weeks for the LIV players on the international stage, hasn't it, Greg? With Joaquim Niemann winning the Australian Open and Dean Burmester winning Joburg and the South African Open.
Yeah.
Kevin Chappell moving up the pylon with the holes running out. That is second at 12, and that finds the bottom of the cup. Kevin Chappell has some work to do, but much like yesterday, he is plodding along and certainly not giving up yet. 3 back where he needs to be. Cantor at 11.
Well, that sounded like a hard sand underneath.
It's a very coarse sand, and we haven't seen many guys able to really spin it out of these this week. Greg, as these guys battle their nerves and emotions down the stretch, especially over the short putts. What I mean, this is a tough position to put you in, but what is the most nervous you ever were over a putt in your career?
Kind of at that light pole, just with the wind being on the right.
I remember watching. I mean, everybody watched every step Greg Norman took when he was on the golf course. You start on every broadcast, but you always had that breathing technique before you hit the putt.
Yeah, I always had that breathing technique, always relaxed over the ball. I guess the one that just came running into my mind is the Masters, when I hit a perfect putt on the 18th hole. I had to make it to win, and it just bled over the top side of the hole. And I knew I was going to make it. I could see it going in. I knew exactly what the break was, and that's probably the only putt that it just came rushing into my head right now. So,
but you weren't nervous over it.
I was, of course, you're nervous, but it's a good nerves, not a bad nerves.
Now Kieran Vincent. Double bogey this morning. Snap hooked it left. Looking for a solid drive here.
Let's take a look at this 11th hole, par 4. Dog legs from left to right. 460 yards. Just want to avoid that bunker on the left side, obviously, and the waist area. And second shot, they'll be coming in with an 8 or a 9 iron. And today the pin is just 7 yards on, 4 from the left.
And now Samuya.
It's 316 to their bunker on the left. One of the many, oh, I should say one of the few holes that favor a fade out here. Most holes are dogleg left. This is headed towards the right bunker.
Just watching it closely. Got a lot of roll in that bunker. Very firm sand. Up at the green, this is a par putt for Kazuma.
Oh. That was so close. Kazuma, two-time winner in Japan on the JGTO, highest world ranking of 94. And won last year, his most recent win, the Token Homemade Cup, one of the season openers on the Japan Tour.
Looks like it sat out here for Boshu.
Yes, it has. Just 140 yards. Really no chance to get the ball close to the hole. If he takes it straight at the pin.
Yeah, it's a smidge off to the left. Mainly down. Just a good club.
It's just a matter of deciding where he wants to leave the golf ball. It'll be 25, 30 feet to the right if he wants to have a putt at a birdie.
Last green was the only one he's missing this final round. That's 2 in a row. Got to the upslope, shouldn't be too bad, but not what he needs at this point. Now Cantor. This for par to stay in one of those advancing spots. That wiggled left and wiggled back.
That's literally a dimple from going in. That's back-to-back bogeys. Sorry, 2 bogeys in his last 3 holes.
Yaku Allers for birdie at 13. Adelaide officially locked in. That comes from the premier of South Australia. Mally, they call him, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And with hospitality sold out, our ticket sales are 175% up and over last year, which was they're the ground passes. So we're actually trying to figure out how to get more people in there because everybody wants a ticket. So a great, obviously it was wonderful last year. It was our benchmark, and it's showcasing that this year to be the same.
And then we recently released the overall schedule with a couple TBD sites.
Yeah, TBD, and obviously Vegas is an important one. That's the week of the Super Bowl. It's going to be a massive week for everybody, no question about it. Hong Kong, back to Fanling. The guys were very, very excited to have us back in there. USA, we're just about that point announcing that one here of late. Then obviously Adelaide, Singapore, we've been there last year. Houston's a new one. Very, very keen to get there. Nashville's another one. Great golf course, the Grove Golf Club in there. Obviously Andalusia, you imagine what that's going to be like with Sergio Garcia and John Rahm there this year. The place will be rocking.
Everybody has looks at the schedule and looks forward to, well, you look forward to all of them, but some have their favorites. I think a lot of people are really curious to see. I'm curious about Nashville. That's Boshu hits his 3rd. Oh, that sounded like a drop kick as well.
Yeah, he seems like he aims right on his bunker shots, right? And then he tries to come over the top. I noticed that on the last hole, he did the same thing. Last bunker shot.
Yeah, he might have been guessing a little softer underneath there.
What is it? It's 157, 150. Yes. What are we thinking?
I think right now it's a perfect pitching wedge.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Now, Greg, I know you mentioned
there,
a little bit.
See the tops of those trees.
Yeah, they're all three-way.
So it should push it pretty good left.
Okay. We'll try finish it at that rake, or just, you know, try start close to that rake and just give it. Is that rake? You want to talk about?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
I don't need to go after you, right?
I would say finish it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I was saying, Greg, I know you mentioned a little bit about Kieran's confidence.
Yes.
He doubled this in the morning. Spoke to Jacob Fleck, his caddy on the bag this week. Said after he doubled this hole, he had a whole speech to give to Kieran about how much golf he had left to play. Apparently didn't need to use that speech. Kieran hit it close on the next hole and the next hole, and just went along doing his thing. And he's striding with a lot of confidence right now.
Oh, good shot there, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah, it was a good shot.
A little understated there, Jacob.
Yeah, the position at the top of his swing there was just so good.
Now Kale lies good in there. Doesn't have any lip to worry about. 124 to today's front left hole location. Little wind hurting.
While we wait, Laurie Cantor on the tee at 12. Now outside looking in. Was just leading a few moments ago. Very well done. Samuya.
Close. Looked like just a couple of yards from being pretty good. Par putt for Zach Beauchou.
Yeah, this is when you gotta basically quiet the mind from all the distractions and perhaps negative thoughts.
That was a good looking putt. Not to be. Zach Beauchou drops 3 shots in a 2-hole stretch, and he's on the outside looking in. Well, the previous double, Anthony told us, was the result primarily of not a great rake job, but nonetheless, that thoughts going through a young man's mind competing for what he's competing for right now, or that's tough. Every golfer's been there, Greg.
Every one of us. Well, he's just got to tell you he's got 4 holes left. Obviously he's playing well. He's made a bunch of birdies up until that point, so just don't let 2 bad bunker shots ruin those last 4 holes, and just think, you know, birdie to the barn. That's as simple as that.
What number are you thinking, Greg, at the moment? You're looking at that pylon. If you're out there, you're trying to hit a target.
Well, Dom, not knowing the golf course, I would say if you was going to be 7, 8, 7, 7, 8, somewhere around there, I think that's going to be the number. Just seeing the last couple of holes and the way it's starting to tense up a little bit.
Yeah.
I would imagine that's going to be close to the number.
Oh, goodness me, look at that lie.
Yeah, Dom, he got so unlucky. That wind picked up as he hit his 2nd shot, and now just absolutely plugged. That's a good fried egg. It's got some green to work with, though.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, Sue-Ann, it's not that hard a shot. It's just a punch and run, just pop and run it.
The golden coins on offer this week for the top 3 finishers. LIV Golf Promotions 2023. Those 3 gentlemen will earn a spot into next year's LIV Golf League and all that entails.
You'll be presenting those coins to the 3 very happy gentlemen later on,
yeah,
Greg?
I'm looking forward to it, actually, because I know what it's going to mean to them.
Final pairing with our current leader, Kieran Vincent, playing alongside Kalle Samuya. They are in the 3 advancing spots right now, but moving up the pylon is Junichiro Kazuma for birdie, out at 12. Right in the bottom of the cup on that slippery downhiller, quietly climbing up 1 shot shy of the green line on the pylon. That magical green line now is Kieran Vincent has this for birdie and a 2-shot lead.
I've walked with him now the entire round. His demeanor has not changed one bit. Focusing on his process, he's very much a present player. He's been smiling, fairly relaxed.
I was there when he won in Vietnam on the course that you built, Greg, in Nha Trang, and he missed a lot of chances in this round, on the last round, but he stayed very patient.
Following Kazuma in the hole at 13, this is Laurie Cantor. Opposite side of the hole, same result. He's now on the inside of the green line on our pylon for those top 3 positions. Now Samuya for par.
It's a big putt. And I think we mentioned this at the top of the show. These are the ones you will really have to make. They can switch your momentum fairly quickly. It's just been a grind for Kalle this afternoon. Staying there though.
Not to be in the final round. 7 under par this morning, 1 over par in the afternoon. LIV Golf Promotions, Greg, the idea of it, the concept of it, the goal of it. Give us your thoughts on it.
Well, we always want to have a pathway, right? We want to give players the opportunity to get onto a 48-man field. So to me, it was always about opening it up to other players, giving them the chance to come in here to experience what it is. And look at the outcome of the hit here this week. I mean, the excitement it created and how we structured to get through this final 20 players. It's just a testament to thinking ahead, thinking outside the box, and making it happen for making the opportunity happen for these players.
Yeah, I think next year's entry list will look a little different because this is it's the best chance so many people are ever going to have to be part of something very, very special, and it really has been fun.
22 different nationalities, Greg, and they've flown from all over the world to be here for this opportunity.
Well, that's great to hear, and golf is a global sport, right? And one thing we want to do with LIV, and we are doing it with LIV in 22 events. We've taken it around the world, and there's places we want to go we haven't been yet, and we will get to those destinations. People are starting to call, knock on our door. How can we get you to these places? Actually, I was just in a very interesting place, not saying LIV's going to go there, but I was in Istanbul just recently, and there's a population of 18 million people, not one golf course.
In Istanbul?
Not one golf course in Istanbul. Wow. So just think about that opportunity we have in Turkey alone. Now, outside of Turkey, down on the coast, different story, but when you have a population city of that of magnitude of people, there's probably 1 million or 1.5 million who want to play the game of golf. Absolutely. So I love that opportunity of just being able to create new opportunities for the game of golf to develop.
You did? Yeah. Be aggressive at it. Sure.
Don't even need to be like super
leader, Kieran Vincent, and that's his Scooby-Doo head cover. And it's kind of significant for him. I know it's just a head cover. As he said, it was a birthday present from his parents at 16 years old. He said, sure, it's just a head cover, but to me, it serves as a reminder as to why I fell in love with golf in the first place. And he leans on that at times of stress.
It doesn't look like he's been under too much stress, though.
184 for Kieran, 9-iron. Whole location all the way in the back portion of this green.
Good shot.
Man, it's hard to see how he could hit a bad shot.
Yeah. I was watching him earlier in the week on the range. He was flushing his irons. Absolutely coming out the meat of the club.
Yaku Allers has this for birdie to tie for the lead out at 14, and Anthony has switched this to this group.
And it's not an easy two-putt. Great distance, it's a slight downhill all the way, and good movement from his right, and has to aim at about 2 feet or 3 feet out to the right. If he were to get this within tap-in distance, that'll be about a 9.5 out of 10 in difficulty.
That's a passing grade. Speed-wise, can Kevin Chappell make another? He needs them. He needs them in a hurry.
Oh, that was a poor stroke.
Shinichiro Kazuma on the tee.
That's the shortest par 4. Dog leg from right to left. He needs to come up short of that bunker. I think it is. It's the reason he hit that club.
Samuya on the tee at 12.
Wind off. They're 8 o'clock, helping in a little from the left. Got to be careful with that first bounce.
Yeah, good
nice
job. Well done.
Shot.
Very well done.
Beauty. Team lineups. Come on, Kamish.
No, I've got to leave it up to you two. Well, I think just look at the bottom one. Wouldn't it be cool if Kieran can join his brother?
No-brainer right there.
That's a no-brainer right there, right?
Kevin would love it as well, I'm sure. Yeah. Mickelson, what's Phil going to do? Well, you know what? I promise you, he's it'll be something interesting. And that required and was given a heck of a lot of thought. Always for par.
Yeah, par is a big score over here. These guys all know that the group's in the back. This would be a tough par.
Oh, that was my gosh.
That was very nervy. That missed the hole by 2 inches.
Yeah, it did. It just shoved it out right. He's feeling the pressure. They're all feeling the pressure out there.
Kazuma, his second shot at 13. Right now it'd be a 3-way playoff for 1 position.
Yeah, he did come up just short of that bunker. Now he's in a pretty good spot. Trying to hold the club face open. Slide one in there. Just creeping on the green.
Canter from the rough.
He's Starting to miss a few fairways, isn't he, Greg? Not the time to do it. Just got to be a little more defensive out of this rough. Well, that was pretty good, though. And that stopped quickly.
Kieran Vincent has a one-shot lead, 8 under par. This out at 12 for birdie, and he's gotten there at least in this final round without making a lot of putts.
And this one's going to be a tricky one too, Jerry. Uphill, big swinging right to left putt. You want to walk away on the 12th with a stress-free par. You want to have to grind out a 3-4 footer.
Exactly what he's got. It's exactly what he's got. The nervy one's coming in. Stressful, and it's been a stressful day, a stressful week. Each day started anew to add to that stress. The genius format that they came up with for this unique event.
You should release, yeah. All right. So what do you want to pitch this? You want to pitch this 90. That's playing 80.
I was thinking 7. Just bludgeon a 7.
I think if you hammer 7, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking that since I got on the tee.
Yeah, well, that was my first thoughts, to be honest with you. I mean, you can just go ahead and hit a good full one of those. All right?
Yeah.
Come on, straight at it.
Straight down.
Yes.
And Jako's got an open pin up here. He can get one really close. He landed about 3 or 4 yards left of the pin. They'll take a little slope, gather it closer to the hole, and a couple of yards right. Also, it'll bring it back towards the hole. A good chance here. Make a real committed swing here. Give himself a putt from inside of 15 feet.
That's okay. Kali Sumuya to get to 7 under means the 6 unders are outside looking in, but once again maybe just overreading that putt.
The air is getting thin out there.
Yeah, I was going to say you're probably not going to see a whole lot, too many putts being made in the last 5 or 6 holes.
Now Kieran Vincent, this is a nervy putt. Downhiller as well. Said it many times, these are the ones you just have to try and pick a line, commit to it. It's so difficult though to do that under this much pressure.
Well done. Solid stroke. Positive. There's plenty of leaderboards out there, and I think they'll be studying them like it's a school exam, these players, over the last 4 or 5 holes.
To the green at 13, and Laurie Cantor for a share of the lead. Now he's played 19 LIV golf events, Greg. Most, all the rest of the guys here haven't seen it, haven't been there, haven't experienced it. I think one thing, and I know John Rahm touched on it a little bit, with the structure of it, they only play 42 competitive days, and they do the shotgun start, and part of the family atmosphere, part of that being invested in them. These guys spend more time together than any other professional league in golf, any other professional pursuit for professional golf, and that I think is something that is one of the allures to these guys trying to get out there.
Yeah, and I think one of my takeaways from the end of the 23 season, Jerry, was the fact that the guys were more nervous playing for the team than playing for the individual.
Yeah. Imagine, I mean, a young player competing here this week. Kieran's been introduced to it a little bit. Somebody like Kazuma or Boshu, and so they're at the dining table every single day with the greatest players in the game. But speaking of which, one of the greatest is now joining us in John Rahm, and he sat down with David Faherty.
Well, players at the very top of the game, like yourself, you know, have commercial attachments, have sponsorships, that kind of thing. Are any of yours, you know, ready to make this leap with you?
Yeah, this is important. I mean, my sponsors, I choose them carefully, and luckily they've chosen me back.
Yeah.
And I want to have a connection with the sponsors that I have to be able to represent them the best I can. And I can say, as of right now, that after meeting with Callaway and some of their executives, they do want to continue this partnership with my transition to LIV Golf. So yeah, I'm excited to be able to announce that.
It's an important part of the evolution, isn't it, Greg?
Absolutely. You can't believe I was jumping up and down in the background when you were saying that, because that is what we want. We want the OEMs to see the value of what we deliver here. The PGA Tour, there's 78 shots per hour. We're 110 shots per hour. All the players are on the golf course. Every player's shot is recorded and seen to some degree. So there's more value for the sponsors. And when John said that, that was a statement that obviously Callaway, knowing and having the discussion with him before he signed the contract, understanding the value where it's going to go, it was important for all of us to hear that. That was a great putt.
Jaku Allers getting it to 7 under, and now that green line moves. 7 under's the magic number.
What a response to that missed putt on the previous hole.
Yeah, you miss a putt from 4 feet by 2 inches, then you make it from 45 feet dead center.
Hey, Greg, where can I get one of those jackets that John Rahm was wearing?
I walked in there and I looked, and there was 2 of them. There was an extra large and a large, and John chose the large one because I thought he'd take extra large. I was going to take the large. I said, John, I don't even have one of these. It's such a cool jacket.
It is.
Yeah.
Kale Samuya next. He's one back.
The fairway wood, this is a smart play. It's 270 to the bunker on the right. Wind's hurting. It's the second hardest green to hit on this golf course. You have to hit the fairway here.
Yep. That looked like a good start, and it is.
Hey, 1 minute. Hold on.
7 under's the number. Right now, 3 players will be a member of next year's LIV Golf League. Kieran Vincent leads the way, but they're all chasing as time is winding down. This is causing me some real issues. I'm Crushers GC for life, but John Rahm is a player I always tune in for. DeChambeau, can we get a big trade done? LIV Golf League, well, you know what? Penguin does golf. Sitting by a guy here who can have a little influence. Talk a little bit about some of those trades you saw, Greg.
Oh, look, I think it's fantastic, to be honest with you. I know what's going on behind the scenes. I know those question marks that are up there, and I think it's just the dialogue that's taking place. This one was I thought was really important. The conversation between Brooks and Bubba was really impressive, and to me, this is what our future is all about, talking about this. And you talk about now just recently in sports with John Rahm signing and the Japanese player signing in baseball, you know, the significant amount of money is moving into the world of sport, and I think it's just great. And here's another one with Harold Varner heading over to the 4 races, and Peter Uihlein dropping back to the range coach. So they're kind of swapping it over a little bit. So, you know, everybody out there who's watching us, following it, you got to read the tea leaves into the future about how these things play out and the potential that changes every year.
Harold Varner and Pat Perez on the same team. That team room is not going to be lacking for entertainment. As Allers hits the tee shot at 16.
Beautiful one at that. Beautiful rhythm to that swing, isn't it?
Yeah, very good rotation.
Tee at 14 for Kazuma. The 14th hole, 5th hardest hole on the course all week.
That's the longest par 4. 490 yards, but it is playing slightly downwind. Taking it over the bunker, that's fine.
He needs a birdie as of right now. The only other hole coming down the stretch from this point forward playing over par this week is 16. Cantor, he's right there, perilously on the number.
Sounds like 18's looming to be the swing hole by the sound of things.
Yeah, it's a wonderful finishing hole. Tough fairway to hit. You hit it, you can make eagle. You miss it, you're going to struggle for birdie.
Yeah, we had a 5-way playoff on 18 yesterday for 4 spots. But it was fascinating.
As always, it came down to the putter.
Graham McDowell. I feel like I bring that little bit of experience and a little bit of grit and determination, and hopefully can help Brooks carry some of the load and carry some of the water and give him the opportunity just to go and be the best he can be.
And Brooks picked him up, and Graham wasn't all that sure about his future. That was a huge thing for Graham, and his experience speaks volumes.
Yeah, again, I was in the background with both of them, having conversations with Brooks and GMAC. GMAC was, like you just said, Jerry, was like, hey, if I don't get picked, what do I do? Where do I go? Am I going to go back and play the International Series? What's going to happen? So it was a very, very pivotal moment for him.
Kieran Vincent hits his second.
It's got 131 to the back right hole location.
Greg, team play is so new to golf, other than obviously international competitions, as we'll get ready to watch Samuya play his second. The rest of the world roots for their favorite teams. And you and everybody involved with LIV knew what the team aspect could bring to golf, even though the golf fans weren't really familiar with it. The whole world roots for their favorite teams. Now they have that in golf. That's huge.
Yeah, it is huge, because you think about there's 738 million people in this world who are interested in the game of golf. And how do we just tweak their interests a little bit more outside of individual, outside of the Ryder Cup, outside the President's Cup? You bring a new component, which is the team concept, which we have in place. Now, it's interesting to see with our merchandise sale, a lot of people have yet to decide which team to follow. Right, so they go in there and they buy what catches their eye first, or the logo, or the coloring, or anything like this, and we're starting to see already in 22 events, people are starting to evolve. Take the Rippers, for example. We go to Australia, we have to increase the inventory level because of that, right? We're hearing people are putting Ripper tattoos on themselves in Australia because of the popularity of what the Ripper means down in Australia. So now you start getting that trend taking place, and then now at the end of, I think by the middle of this year, you're going to start seeing a lot of interesting generation of development of people picking their sides. And now with John Rahm on, and John Rahm's team, that's even going to add a lot more dynamics to it as well.
No question. I adopted Smash the very first event in London. I'm sticking with him. David, of course, he's a goat. He's a goat. He's a goat.
Absolutely.
Dom kind of floats with the wind.
I'm Ironheads. Your
Ironheads?
Yeah, I like the Ironheads, and I'd love to see Kieran Vincent make it and play alongside his brother.
I like them all, guys.
Yeah.
I adopted the Ripper team just for, lived in Australia, kind of claim them as my people.
And the Shoeies.
And the Shoeies, yeah. But, it's really interesting talking about the team aspect of our format. Just being around the players a fair bit, I hear a lot of them telling me, being on a team really brings out the best in them. And not just fighting for themselves anymore. They have to think about their teammates and just grind it out. Make their score count as much as possible.
Yeah, you can't fake those emotions when you watch the teammates gathered around a green watching one of their players. You just can't. You can't script that. As Yaku gets ready to hit his second shot at 16.
And in a small form as well, all these players have played in various team competitions. They do know that the pressures they feel, even though they're not on top of their game, because they don't want to let others down. There's a big pressure there now. Yaku, 189 left for his second, win hard off his right. Real difficult shot here. Two options. Just started out on the short side of the green, let the wind drift back, or just hit a small cut, hold it into the wind. But it's a strong wind. It might still move the ball to the left.
And now I think if Yaku gets to the 18th tee at 7 under, he's got a really good chance of being a LIV Golf League member next year. And that's no gimme two putt.
No, it's not. He'll be happy to leave that green with a par. Vincent, another chance to grab a 2-shot lead.
Yeah, this is going to move a fair bit to his left in the first 15 feet and then straighten out towards the last 6 feet or so. Oh, that needs to go.
You can see that putter coming up, that impact there, Dom. He was
Kazuma. That's just a moment ago on the 14th, second shot. Brilliant shot.
Now Cantor.
Yeah, when the putts start coming up short, Greg, that's the sure sign of tension.
Yeah, it certainly is. You're not releasing the putter.
See how Samuya does with a similar line to what Vincent had.
Yeah, as you can tell, it's definitely slow up that first bit.
Three putts in a row, he's missed to the right.
This one, another trade. Well, I guess we call it a trade, a free agency signing between Torquay and Fireballs, Carlos Ortiz and David Puig.
And that discussion was taking place months before it actually took place. It was interesting locker room talk, right? It was happening, and it was good to see that come off the way it did.
And that behind-the-scenes stuff is, I mean, that's going to be ever-present. And it's going to be a source of fan engagement and speculation as well, all throughout it.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw something on social media, I think it was Instagram, where you had Taylor Gooch talking to Brooks. And they were trying to caption the story when they were, I think it must have been on a practice round somewhere. And it was interesting to see the engagement and how those two were kind of talking with each other. Now, whether it was about the trade or not, I have no idea, but it's just interesting how social media picks up on that.
This is a long way short of the hole for par, Sue-Ann.
And this is a big putt. This is to stay one ahead. Pretty surprised with that first putt, but under the pressure, that's what happens with your leg putting. Everything just starts to tighten up. Start to get a little bit more cautious.
Clutch. Absolutely clutch.
Huge putt catching the left side. Yaku Allers. Lengthy birdie effort at 16.
Yeah, he's going to have to take a big swing with this, slightly uphill, and he's fighting the physiological feeling, the feeling of the heartburn, the upset stomach, you know, the lack of breath when you try to draw a big breath, and then trying to fight off the thoughts of what might be, what might not be. Getting slightly uphill into the grain, into a little bit of wind.
You're absolutely right saying that 18th is going to be pivotal. There've been no birdies on 16 today, one on 17, and only 10 players have played 18. There've been 5 birdies, so it's going to come down to that hole.
It certainly is.
Well, for those of you just tuning in, the green line you can see under Cantor's graphic on the left side of the board, that's the top 3 positions. That is the 3 lucky men who are going to be members of next year's LIV Golf League if they finish here. The yellow line is the Asian Tour International Series, which has been hugely elevated since the innovation of LIV Golf. That is nothing to sneeze at either. It's a huge reward. But the primary line, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, those top 3 positions. Shinichiro Kazuma has made a run starting early in this final round at the 3rd hole. His third shot at the par 5 second hole. Got a little cue with it, got a good bounce off the downslope. That led to a birdie. The next par 5 is number 8. He had this for birdie.
Yeah, made pars The rest of the way from the second.
And then move ahead to the 12th, this 18-footer for birdie.
That was after a bogey at 11.
And now Live at 14 to get his name north of the green line. Money. He doesn't look like he's feeling it. You know he is.
Yeah, I was just sitting here watching it. I was just thinking to myself, what was my trigger under pressure when hitting a putt? And I always told myself, Greg, always hit the ball on the top of the putter. And that told me the putter head was staying down and through. And Kusuma, he did exactly right. His putter stayed down and through. The ball was hit on the top of the putter. That's why it had that great rolling motion.
You used putters back then, some of them with very little sweet spot.
Yeah,
bullseye.
8802 and the bullseye.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Vincent on the tee at 14.
Yep, downwind.
Before we get to that, Yaku Allers. Oh no.
Oh.
Oh dear. Kieran's tee shot away. Solidly struck.
That bunker is not even in play for him. 292 to carry. Goodness me, that is miles down there.
And we'll stay for Kale Samuya.
You know, he hasn't been playing as well as he probably would like to, but he's certainly hanging in there, staying very calm. Sure, he's watching the leaderboard. He knows he's not out of it. Just needs to grind his way home.
Yeah, good thing. Very nice.
Great position there.
Boy, Kieran now drove him by 30 meters.
He can get it up to 192 ball speed, Greg.
No way.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Wow.
Playing 189 yards today, but you can see just slightly helping wind. And Hull hit 7-iron. We had a hole-in-one here on day one. Tapio Pukkanen. He hit an 8-iron. The big fin. What would he give for a hole-in-one now?
Looks a little bit longer than the 7-iron.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Pin high.
While that was happening, Ehlers on the tee at 17 after the tiny miss.
Great drive.
Thank you.
Feel it.
Yeah. Groaned from Alice. Can't blame him.
Back to Cantor. He's in promised land right now. One of the top three.
Shot.
Terrific shot. Right at the
Quality
pin.
shot right there.
Got a good opportunity there for a birdie too. Just to give him a little distance.
Well, on our new podcast, Fairway to Heaven, with Sue-Ann Heng bringing me along for the ride, we got the chance to talk to John Rahm and see what he was looking forward to in terms of destinations next year.
Other than Spain, are there any other locations that you're super excited about?
Take a guess, because there's one that stands out.
Singapore. Come on.
Close. I do want
Mayakoba.
Adelaide. Adelaide is the one that, seeing last year, seeing highlights, I was like, man, that golf course looks incredible. The vibe looks even better. Same with Singapore. That golf course looked spectacular. So I've always wanted to play more on that side of the world, and I'm really looking forward to those two.
All right, John, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. We appreciate your time. Once again, welcome to the family. And both Jerry and myself are very excited to watch you play next year on LIV Golf.
Adelaide, Craig, that brings a smile to your face.
Yeah, Adelaide. It's just kind of long-term negotiations taking place with them too as well. So it'd be, it's amazing how everybody wants to move their contracts out in 6-7 years now.
I know you mentioned it already, but I saw that the 3-day pass is sold out in 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was incredible. Yeah. Absolutely incredible.
I reckon you could have 4 or 5 events in Australia.
Yeah.
Ticket sales for the LIV Golf League season. You can scan that QR code. If we visit a town near you, you don't want to miss it. As one pro who actually visited one of our events last year told me, he said, "Who said golf can't be fun to watch?" It's an absolute blast to come out. It's not the all-day thing that you're used to. 5 hours, 6 hours max. You'll enjoy yourself as much as anything else. And bring the kids. They might just show an interest in golf that they never have before. First timers, non-golfers.
Yeah, and the other great stat too, Jerry, is that 1 in 5 of our ticket sales last year were women.
Yeah,
that was an incredible stat. Some towns were more. I remember Greenbrier was up around 30%. So that's just an incredible stat when you think about it.
28% had never played golf. Pretty amazing. Samuya, his second.
He's got 139 into this front hole location, downwind. It's going to be challenging to stop it.
I'd be happy with that one. That's a good opportunity. It's fairly flat putt. He's still looking fairly relaxed out there. How can he be relaxed? Must be a lot of tension.
BGG Hornet, is that? Yeah, Hornet. Great concept and tight leaderboard fighting by those 3 golden tickets. It is good drama.
490 yards, and what has he got left?
He's got 101, guys. Now, Greg, you talked about how long off the tee he is. He's about 25 yards longer than his brother Scott. What do you think makes him so dynamic in his golf swing?
Well, he's playing, right? He's on plane, so therefore, if he's on plane, he can release the club as hard as he wants at the bottom of his swing. He stays down and through brilliantly. Big divot there, which was not good for that length of shot. So, you know, it seems to me like that's the shot. I've noticed a couple of shots there that if he's got a weakness, it's that inside 100 yards.
Kazuma for a share of the lead.
A little bit shorter than that was always left.
A little bit of an Aoki-ish type stroke there.
Yes, the toes up.
Toe up, yeah.
Mr. One Putt.
Yeah.
All right, big shot here for Yaku Allers. He's 1 shot out.
And he's got 181 yards, just trying to figure out the direction of the wind. He has confirmed with his caddy that it is coming into him and off the left.
Oh, what a shot. Oh, a good opportunity for Cantor here on 15 to tie Vincent. Kieran Vincent looking over his 3rd shot out of the bunker, Suan.
Oh, it is not pretty, guys. It is absolutely plugged into that wall. It's going to be a really tough shot. That's a huge mistake from 101 yards. He did that on the first hole. Mishit that wedge on the first. Now on the second one, signs of pressure, guys.
You know, we haven't seen that the first 2 days whatsoever. We've seen 3 lies like that today.
Anywhere on the green here would be a good result. Greg, how do you hit this shot?
Well, I open my club face way up. I lower my hands a lot. I use the hosel of the club. I get the toe in the air a lot and just stab it right into the backside of the ball. I just drive the club head into the sand as hard as I can and just let it pop up and run.
I remember growing up, we were always told to close the club face, but it's actually the exact opposite, isn't it?
Yeah, you always use the hosel to get in underneath like a V, and using that V to dig in underneath it.
That was pretty well done there. I remember doing an instructional show with you. We taped it in Chicago, Greg, years ago for Golf Channel, and you showed me that shot. I'd never seen that technique before. You dropped your hands. I mean, your hands were almost knee-high.
Knee-high, yeah, exactly. Sevi taught me that shot. Sevi also taught me another incredible shot, and we'll watch Kazuma on 16. I'll tell you about it. But Sevi taught me a lot of stuff. I was teaching Sevi how to drive the golf ball because he was one of the worst, and he taught me how to short game. It's amazing the respect John has for Sevi too. I asked John Rahm yesterday, and he met Sevi one time when he was 12 years old, I believe it was, with a handshake on at an amateur tournament, junior tournament. But everything John looks into the future is just to be, if he can be 50% of what Sevi was as a player and as well as a person growing the game of golf in Spain. It meant so much to me to hear him say that, because that, you know, that mentality is where you want to grow the game of golf in your home country is hugely important.
This is to tie for second for Kale Samuya.
It's a big putt too, considering Kieran has a long one for a par.
That looked good for the longest time. He hasn't seen anything drop in this final round. Laurie Cantor on the tee at 16.
Just missed a pretty decent opportunity. Get to 8 under. It's a fairly wide fairway. It's a sharp dogleg from right to left, 16, and he's found the bunker.
And the toughest of the 3 finishing holes, statistically, made even tougher by that one. Now, Vincent, par to keep the lead.
He is certainly putting some pressure on this putter. Made a big one on 13. Slightly longer one than the previous hole. This is where he just needs to calm down. It's easy to get really frazzled after that second shot.
That'll drop Vincent back to 7. 3-way tie for the lead, but all 3 of them would advance if it ends like that. And that is what they're all playing for. However, Jaco Allers may have something to say about that, although it's been Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with this club coming down the stretch.
What do you feel, Jerry? If he can pop this in and birdie 18, he's assured of a place, at least in a playoff, wouldn't you?
You would think so. Well, at least it's not 2 feet or 1 foot. It's 6 or 7 feet.
Oh,
my goodness.
Oh, no. You can't be serious, he's thinking to himself.
He pushed it.
That's going pretty slow for that.
It was always struggling, and then it started moving. I thought he had it. I thought it was going to lip in, but it lipped out.
what that
That's
could
heartbreaking.
mean. What that could mean at the end of the day. And he's fully aware of it. Back to Martin Traynor with the par putt at 16, and his chances are slim and none. He misses this. Slim goes with it. Oh, good putt. Good putt. He needs to run the tables going to the house.
Oh, Greg, you know, you've traveled the world, you've played a lot in Asia, and was it always the plan to use the Asian Tour as the platform and part of the platform of LIV?
Well, I always thought Asia was a sleeping giant in golf for decades and decades and decades, and now you see it just in golf course construction. The number of golf courses that have been built there, and I've been involved with that side of the ledger too to some degree, and so you knew the long-term value into Asia was going to be huge over a period of time. I'm not talking about 1 or 2 or 3 years, Dom. I'm talking about 25 years, 30 years. So how do you maximize on that opportunity? Not only stimulating and growing the game of golf, but giving the opportunity of investing into the game of golf and taking the game of golf to different areas in Asia. And so for me, from the GCC to the Asia Pacific Rim was just a critical part of the world that we can make a significant establishment of growing the game of golf and taking LIV there. There's many other countries that we haven't been to, which we will do over the years to come.
Zach Boshu has this for eagle at 18, all the way back down to 5 under now after dropping 3 shots in 2 holes. But this down in 2 would be lovely, but making it would be incredible to tie for the lead. That's not scaring it. And he'll, I mean, you have to think that next putt for any outside remote chance
has to drop.
But you never know. There's a lot of nerves between here and finishing for the rest of the guys.
Now Kieran Vincent hopefully calmed himself down, took a few deep breaths. 2-1 to this back hole location. You certainly don't want to go long. That would be a difficult up and down. You want to stay below the hole. Give yourself an uphill opportunity.
It's a great golf shot.
Certainly was.
Just off the back edge. Really legitimate chance for birdie from there. Right now, Kieran Vincent is tied for the lead and inside that magic number for the top 3. Well, it's everything we expected, Dom and Greg, when we got here this week. Playing out right before our eyes. Canter.
It certainly is. Canter, does he have to work it around that tree? Well, that's not bad. That's at the front edge of the green.
This has to go, you think, for Boshu. Huge putt for birdie. Final hole.
Oh, he gave it a good effort. He was playing beautifully. 5 under par after 10 holes in this afternoon's round, but that double bogey on 13, followed by a bogey on the very next hole. Oh, you can see the disappointment on his face.
This is the one you were speaking of, or another one. Taylor talking with Brooks. All about Smash GC family.
That is so cool. See, that is family. That is LIV family right there.
cute. We're going to go out to 16, and Kazuma will be first with a third. And, you know, Taylor, he said something very interesting to me. We got to spend a fair bit of time around each other because we stayed oftentimes at hotels with the guys. And I asked him why, because he was one of the surprising names of the inaugural, of the first event. I asked him why he made the decision. And he said, because I bet on people. And he said, I really felt like the people at LIV had my best interest, had my back.
Look, you know, that's great to hear, because he's got to know that the LIV family is not just a family of golfers and their wives and their spouses and their kids, but LIV family is the 162 people that work for us today, moving out to over 200 going into next year. It is a family. We are committed to each other. We want to protect each other. And oh my gosh, that's a beautiful shot. We want to, you know, we want to make sure that no matter where we go, everybody's got their back. We're all supporting each other as a team. If somebody feels down, we're going to go pick them up. And it's no different with the players. If I see the players, Jerry, I'll take my CEO and commissioner's hat on and go speak to them as a player, because you know what they've been. I've been through that, understand what the dynamics is mentally as well as physically. Health and wellness is a huge component. One of the most, the first and most important things that I focused on within LIV was health and wellness for our players, to make sure that when they got to the golf course, they were there for a reason, right? They were there because they had that support mechanism behind them.
Better line than Kazuma's, but it still broke left.
Back to 16, and Cantor to break that three-way tie for the lead, although he would certainly take a three-way tie for the lead at the end of the day.
Oh, goodness me. Some of the putts we've just seen over the last 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, go Laurie. Kieran Venza just off the back edge. This for the outright leads, man.
Yeah, this is going to be fairly quick. Don't want to get too aggressive with it. It's going to move to his left. You'll see a lot of players going up to the cup, trying to read the grains on these greens, especially as the day goes by. Starts to brown on one end more than the other.
Easy. He'll stay tied just north of the green line on your pylon. Martin Traynor, 3 back. This is second at 17. It's not what he needed there. This is Yaku, his second shot at 18, out of position.
He's going to have to try to hood one, hit it low. Just got to avoid the fairway bunker. That's going to leave him 190 yards for his third, which he has done successfully.
He didn't seem too happy with it. Now, back to the tee on 16, Kali Sumuya.
Winds picked up into their faces here on 16th, just making it that extra bit more challenging. Line here is that TV tower in the background.
Shot.
take a look at this 16th hole, 475 yards, but it does bend sharply from right to left. Got to avoid these bungers on the left side, but you'd rather be on the left side of the fairway today, coming into this pin that's tucked towards the right edge of the green. But there have not been a birdie yet on 16 today.
Kieran next.
It's 305 to carry that bunker. He certainly has a lot of firepower, as we've talked a lot about on this coverage.
Nice shot.
That was straight.
That's amazing.
It's hit.
305 to carry the bunker, and it ran 2 yards.
And it's not violent. It's smooth.
Yeah, it's distance without effort.
It's Cantor's tee shot away at 17.
Pum Saksan. It's not going to be his day, but we're in a pretty good week. Player who got here through the international series.
Tell you what, that's going to help him big time.
Yeah. It's a great pathway onto LIV Golf, isn't it, Greg? Yes. The international series. We saw that with Andy Ogletree this year. And we're going to go to some fantastic destinations too next year. The international series with Morocco and Oman. On your golf course there, Al Mrouj. It was a terrific golf course.
Waku Allers playing his third at 18.
What he paid to get Plum's shot there.
If it was hurt, I'd say it's fine. I think it's straight out the left.
Yeah, I was thinking, I'm just thinking this is not the one.
Well, Marley,
But 5, I've got a...
5's tiddly, man.
Yeah, it's just...
All in all, his second shot, it was a decent shot to get it out into the fairway grass. The only thing with this shot is it's a lengthy shot. It's only got 152 yards to the front edge, but with the pin being all the way in the back corner, it makes this a long shot, 200 yards. He sees Poom's ball up there. It's a nice target, gives him a nice confident visual, but just judging the wind here, a little bit off the left. Needs a swing, as he did on the previous hole, the 17th, with the second shot.
The rhythm hasn't changed. Oh, just dug its feet in a little bit on the landing, but it's a pretty good shot from that distance.
Don't write off Kevin Chappell yet. Not quite yet. This for birdie at 17 to get it to 4 under. Perhaps an eagle at 18 to get it to 6. You never know. He hasn't given up, never does. But he's got some work ahead as we're winding down to the closing stretches and awarding those 3 golden tickets. We started the backside and we thought 9, 10 under it would take perhaps to get those 3 coveted spots, Greg, and it's not. And you mentioned it early. You said we're not going to see a lot of putts made given what they're playing for and the pressure they're under.
No, exactly, and everybody's feeling the same thing too, right? I mean, a lot of these guys may have won golf tournaments in the past, but anything of significance, maybe not. And there is a difference, and they've got to use this as a major learning curve for them, because whoever the 3 are again in there for next year, they're going to find it a total different atmosphere, different feel, different support mechanism, different golf courses. Our guys like the golf courses to be set up very, very long and firm and fast, and with some rough too. So it's a whole new learning experience when you get out there. So it's good to see these guys battle it out the way they are right now.
Graham McDowell said just to earn points in each individual week. Top 24 earn points individually as we watch Kieran play his segment. He said it's so much harder than anybody would think given that level of competition. All right, second shot, Sue-Ann.
173 for Kieran. He's got 9 iron. Tucked right hole location.
Straight into the sun. Not going to hurt him.
And there's not really help. Right. No, if then you might actually be good in because you're going that way. I've said a side one, but you might have a wee bit of up on it. You're good with that. Trusted in him though. Just trust it, buddy. And we're still playing through with a flyer.
It's the voice of John Dempster. Been caddying for 30 years. He was on Alex Noren's bag previously. A lot of experience. Gonna help here. His ball sitting down in sort of that brown patchy area. It's got 170. Wind off the right.
Long way home from there. And Greg, I know you got to get back up to the clubhouse and welcome our 3 fortunate men to LIV Golf League next year. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it, guys. I'm going to enjoy it even more giving the 3 gold coins to these guys who watched Laurie into 17. But looking forward to guys. I think it's just been a fantastic week. Obviously, the promotion series is a testament to what we do, what we represent, and 3 guys are going to be one very happy guys in about 35 minutes, 40 minutes.
Yes.
So thank you guys for your great effort too. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. We'll see you in Mexico.
See you in Mexico.
Absolutely, guys. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, everybody.
Cheers.
And Jako's playing partner Poomsak Sansin. Everyone getting well out of the way, giving Jako his pace. Tough to read. Looks like the left side of his line a bit higher than the right side of his line.
He knew it early. He's just going to have to wait now. It's going to be an agonizing wait, especially given those 2 short putts he missed on 14 and 16. And this was the birdie putt on 17, just about 15 minutes ago. This was to move him to 7 under. Right there, it looked in. That's the 3rd one today, you heard him say. There's nothing he can do anymore.
It was a little bit of a push. Greg was right, but that's caught a lot of hold. Just a second ago, Kazuma tied for the lead at 17.
Coming out the thick rough, really going down hard into it. Pretty good from there.
Well, he might be the first player to get to the 18th tee at 7 under par, which is what we said earlier might be the golden ticket. But we're back 1 at 16 with Sue-Ann's group.
Yeah, I was going to say the guys in this group haven't seen a leaderboard in a couple of holes. Next one's on the 17th green. Nothing they can do about that, but just got to focus on the process. These are long-range putts. Now, Kieran hasn't had good performances on the last 2 long putts that he's had. So tough with lag putting when you're under pressure. It's a fine balance between not overreading it, yet going through your process. Now, I'm sure he's going to jump in fairly quickly after Kali's putt to get a bit of a read. It's going to be decently slow up this slope, especially now that the day's gone by. Means I'm going to slow down just a tad.
Effort. I think that's only maybe a couple of feet at most away. He's 1 over par for his afternoon round. Canter is 3 under par as he hits this birdie putt from about 50 feet on 17. Oh, I mean, you're talking an inch left, and it makes the 18th hole so much easier.
Now back to Kieran Vincent. He's got his birdie effort to perhaps get in the lead solo.
He would certainly like to have the same result as Cully's putt, just a foot away.
Suanna, are they just looking at the leaderboards as much as possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
They won't see one again until the next green, but this is Kazuma on the next green. This for birdie in the outright lead. Now back to Kieran.
Like I said, hasn't had a good lag putting memory in the last couple of holes. Let's see if he can get back on his speed putting here. Got a good read from Kale. Should know what this putt's doing.
From there, that's a pretty good effort. Looks like a guaranteed par. He'll remain at 7 under. And, well, with his power, he can reduce 17 into a driver and a very short iron, and 18 very reachable, of course, for him.
Kevin Chappell has to eagle 18, you would think, to have any outside chance. This is second.
Whoa, Jerry.
Is that any good? Fantastic shot. So you're saying there's a chance?
Yep, absolutely. 460 yards to 17th place. Over water, that won't come into play for these guys, but those bunkers do. You want to avoid them. You really want to avoid the rough too. It's quite thick on the 17th hole, and today the pin is 18 yards on and 6 from the left, and we've only had 2 birdies on 17 today. Chappell and Steve Luton.
Yeah, out the left.
Now Kale, it's 290 to that bunker on the left. Wind's just a tad off the left-hand side. With today's hole locations, a little more on the left portion of the screen would certainly help. Coming in from more towards the right center of this fairway.
Well, it's obviously off to the right. There it is. And it just crept into the front edge of the bunker. He may even have a slight downhill lie.
Kazuma on the tee at 18.
This is headed down the left just a bit. Should catch the fairway.
Just barely reaches that bunker, Anthony, as we go back 1 to 17. And Kieran Vincent.
Dom, to answer your question earlier, they've been watching the leaderboard.
Yes.
Absolutely, they've been looking at it every chance they can get. There are 6 out here. Next one's on the 17th green. Can certainly use his length to his advantage on this hole.
That's a beautiful shot, dude. Awesome. Really good.
Well, no need to commentate on that shot. Jacob Speck did it for us. Fleck coming.
And Jacob Fleck just being such a good caddy right there. Just with a little bit of subtle commentary. That's a beautiful shot, pumping up that confidence, making his man believe in himself. To the final hole. Third shot, Martin Trainer, 4 under par. Would need to hole it, you would think.
He's in the same spot as Kevin Chappell, but Kevin Chappell's on the green with a much better opportunity to make eagle than Trainer. Trainer has to drain this.
Well, reigning Masters champion, 2-time major champion, one of the greatest players in the world, Jon Rahm, is now a LIV Golf League player, and he sat down with David Faherty.
What have you learned about yourself throughout this whole process?
How much time do we have to answer that question? I think the #1 thing I learned is that I love the game of golf, and I'm on the side of golf. Right? When I ever go on discussion, I want golf to succeed. And the second, that at the end of the day, a man's going to make a decision what's best for him and his family. Right? It's that simple, which is what this boiled down to.
Nice little iconic picture there from the final round at Augusta National. Ready for some more Sunday battles. Jon Rahm. That full interview is on LIV Golf Plus. 8 minutes long and worth every second. Looking back down the 17th fairway as the sun heads for the horizon, and 3 players will realize that dream.
A life-changing moment for them.
170 yesterday. So you can press that 128, 170. Yeah. But yeah. Why is that? 80. So it's doing. But it's fine if it's shy of that. Hey.
It's a bit too close to the lip of the bunker, so it's a no choice but a layup. But should be able to get it to where he's gonna have himself possibly a short iron in for his third.
Yeah, Eagle's head.
Good contact. That was the most important.
Second most important is he found the fairway.
Yes, he has. He's gonna have about 70 yards of front edge.
Back to 17, Samuya first.
His lie does not look very good. It's a downhill lie. It's got a clump of sand in front of it, which have happened, especially with the moisture mixed with the sand.
Well, the downslope will work out the wind most likely, so it's kind of probably just about the yardage, or maybe 5 meters short of the yardage.
It's got 162. Today's the whole location.
That clump of sand looks like it could be right where the club makes impact with the ball. That could be just awful.
150 to pin.
This doesn't cover the whole front of the ball, but that is, I mean, with the way the iron's designed, that is exactly where a perfectly struck shot, that's where it'll hit it. And if you catch a fairway bunker shot, 1 or 2 grains of sand heavy, it has devastating effects on the flight. Good though. Wow.
That's a great shot from that position.
That's, all things considered, that's phenomenal. Now Kevin Chappell for eagle for any chance. Knew it as soon as he hit it. Missed his line, missed his speed. Best he can finish is -5. It'd be the second lowest in the clubhouse, but that would take a monumental collapse from a lot of players for him to have a chance. Kieran at 17, his second.
In a much better position for sure compared to Kale. What a drive from Kieran. It's got 141. Wind off the left. Jerry, you pointed out, probably in the last 3-4 holes, you certainly hear a lot more affirmations coming from Jacob Fleck, his caddy this week.
It's a pretty big miss right there for a short shot.
It really is. He's struggled with his distance control. Now Kazuma.
Yeah, because of a downhill lie, he really couldn't take it on. Just had 236 to the front, but it's a layup.
And stop there. That's fine.
Now we're live with Laurie Cantor surveying his third as the group in front puts the finishing touches on their disappointing results. 4 a.m. Vegas time, Big Boy Pants Golf, tuning in. That's just, I mean, that's dinner hour in Vegas.
So it was a good layup for Laurie Cantor. He's got 107 yards left for his third, and he's in the portion of the fairway where he's caught the downgrade portion of the mow pattern. So it's a good lie. It's just judging the wind that's been picking up, dying down, and picking up and dying down just a bit off his left.
37 play. Yeah.
Seems like the most basic of shots with a pretty friendly pin location, but with all the pressures of the situation, this is daunting.
I mean, that just might be good enough.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking that, Jerry. Usually there's only 4 guys out there left on the golf course. I mean, he's at worst, you think he's going to be in a playoff.
Yeah.
If he makes par.
Kazuma next.
He's got 82 yards. He's got a slight downhill lie here, so he's going to have to hit this one with a slightly lower trajectory, which should help him in this situation.
Oh, good shot.
Good shot.
Almost putting the writing on the invitation right now for Kazuma. Everything pretty much depends on Kale Samuya right now. Otherwise, those 3 above the green line are going to be playing LIV Golf League next year. He needs a birdie coming in.
And this is not an easy opportunity. Jerry, big swinging putt here downhill. He's got a shadow in front of him.
Look at this.
Look at this in the bucket for Kale Samuya. He moves to 7 under. Now 4 men tied for those 3 coveted spots. What a putt. What a time.
And from that bunker, a downhill lie over 160 yards away, and then to follow it up with this putt. Oh, in the middle of the hole.
To quote our friend Arlo White, incredible.
There it is, Jerry.
Oh, my, I can't believe he just made that. It had some serious heat to it, too. Now, I mean, that actually adds in some weird way a little pressure to this man. Vincent, 4 guys now tied for -7. He needs to get this down in 2 minimum.
He's such a good sportsman, too, Kieran. I gave him a huge thumbs up and said, well deserved. Kale hasn't made a putt all day and just made that putt. It's huge. Now, pressure on Kieran. Would have wanted a better second shot result, especially from that close of a range.
Yeah, he brought bogey into play with that second shot.
And this is going to be decently slow. Uphill through the fringe.
Started left of where he was aiming.
Well, this looks pretty good. Settle. Oh, nicely done. Nicely done. Couple of nervy putts on the front side, but other than that, just solid as can be. In control of his nerves is Kieran Vincent. Laurie Cantor, we thought 2 putts would be good enough from here to punch his ticket. Maybe not the case now.
Well, he's still doing his best to hold his putt, knowing the situation. 3 tight at the top. If he makes this, he is a guaranteed block. And the leaderboard has just been updated since the players have come onto the green. There's a similar putt to Jaco Allers earlier.
I'd have the line to a little more speed. Laurie Cantor, a little more speed. Well, likely going to be a playoff, although that's not a given quite yet. Vincent made his par at 17. So there are still 3 players alive with a chance for birdie or better at 18, including this man. Junichiro Kozuma. Judge Smales, 47. Nail-biting stuff. Yes, indeed.
Well, with Cantor in at 7, this guarantees him.
Yes, this putt guarantees.
This guarantees him a ticket.
Just a bit from his right, it looks like. Overall, not much movement.
Oh. That defied gravity.
Not for the first time today.
That defied gravity. That was for a position, a spot in the league.
An ounce harder.
Wow. Junichiro Kozuma, he's in the house at -7. It all comes down to 2 players in one final hole. I don't know if he can believe that putt didn't go in. Starting with the man who just made the highlight of the day, Calais Samuya on the tee at 18.
Walked off that 17th green with a huge smile on his face. As he should. That was so deserved. Got to hit the fairway here on the 18th.
Looks like he has, Suan. And he has. Just quite a long way up there, too.
Ideal tee shot, little baby fade right up the middle. That's well within reach. Now, Kieran.
Wind's hurting a little off the left. It's 274 to carry that bunker on the right. It's 312 to reach the far bunker, which he has firepower for it.
This has been the best club in his bag all day.
But with his length, this is actually quite a narrow fairway to hit.
And he has more of that water on the right to deal with than the rest, because he can reach it up there in the corner.
Has he got a driver in hand, guys?
No, that's a 3-wood. That's a smart play.
Yep. 100% agree.
It's headed left, though.
He can reach the bunkers with 3-wood, I think. Not quite sure if that got to the bunker or not. We'll find out in just a moment. Right now, let's send it down to Anthony Kang with Junichiro Kozuma and Laurie Cantor.
Well, Junichiro, really a tough round out there. A lot of stress. As you're playing the final hole at 7 under, what was going through your mind from tee to green?
かなりストレスのあるラウンドの中で18番を迎えた時にどういう心境で回ったか。
ボードを見てなかったんで、バーディーパット打って、どっちにしろいいラウンドだったなとは思ってました。
So he didn't saw the board for the whole day. So he was just thinking of playing a birdie putt. He has his chance, and but he also made a good round, so he's very happy.
And Laurie, after you hit your third shot, the leaderboard got updated, but it was quite late. You had been on the green reading your putt. What was going through your mind? Did you have any idea that 7 under was good enough to get in, or currently right now it looks like it might be a playoff?
Yeah, my caddy said on 17 green there's a tie for 7, and like it could easily be a playoff. So I had a long birdie putt on 17 that I gave a good run, and then up 18. Didn't have a very good drive, so I kind of had to lay it back there, and to that back pin, yeah, it's kind of difficult to get it close. So I thought, it was a brilliant shot in there. So yeah, I think it looks like 7's going to be playing off. Yeah.
Well, regardless, you're going to have to wait just a little bit today, and all the best today, and well played.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
I don't think you could write it up any better than this finish. Chasesaurus Rex. I couldn't agree with you more. That's why they play him. The wide world of sports in the States used to have an opening segment talking about just the magic of sports and what it does from a viewer standpoint. It's the human drama of athletic competition. Never fails to deliver. Jaakko getting a little consolation in the clubhouse. It would take 2 bogeys out of the final group for him to have any chance.
Yeah, you could see he's just disconsolate, as Caddy wrote you there, just trying to console him. Because he's the one man thinking, what if?
Could have been.
Short putts. He missed on 14 and 16. Well, the last 2 men on the golf course, one of them birdies, or if they both birdie, they are in. And it'll be a 2-for-1 playoff.
Yeah, Dom, critical time for Kieran to miss the fairway. And driving the ball so well all day. It's got 294. Lie's all right. He's got an uphill lie. Highly doubt he's going to go for it. He's probably going to just lay up into a comfortable position.
That is 0 chance.
Yeah.
He's going to try and do anything but just get this onto the short stuff. Too many things that go wrong from there.
2 pars from these 2 players, it's a 4-for-3 playoff. A birdie from one of them, it's a 3-for-2 playoff.
And I guarantee you, they know exactly where they are after walking off the 17th with a leaderboard right next to it. Discussing with Jacob Fleck. Strategy here, perhaps better side of the fairway to be on. Give him a much better angle into this green, but you have to hit the fairway.
I'm sure the whole Vincent family is watching from all over the world.
That hit the lip.
I thought it did, yeah, you're right. It didn't go in the bunker, I don't think. It cleared the water.
No, it did not. It's in the rough, just short of the bunker.
Now Samuya.
And it's got 273, ball below his feet. Anything front of this green would be a great result. Wind off their left.
Did it overcut? No, it did not.
That's a brilliant shot. That is fantastic. 2 putts from there. Not a given, but 2 putts from there, and he is in.
He'll never forget that putt he made on the 17th green there if he gets through. absolutely right. Ball beyond, all is in. Potentially a life-changing putt from Samua. The one on 17, and if he can two-putt on 18, it is life-changing. That's Kieran Vincent's ball. The lie doesn't look bad.
It's not great either, Dom. It's sitting down and it's a little thicker in that spot. Off rough. It's so hard to do at this moment, but you just have to slow everything down. Take your time.
It's a long way back, though.
Sure is. He's got 206 in today's hole locations, all the way to the back of this green. We know he's got the speed to get through the rough. Greg did say it's going to come down to the 18th. It's going to make a huge difference.
Oh, what a shot, Jerry.
Incredible out of Kieran Vincent when he needed it. Most of the ball striking has been so reliable all day long. Let him down off the tee, but recovers with a great chance there. Kieran Vincent turned pro 18 months ago, and he is one putt away from playing on one of golf's most unthinkable stages. Kale Samuya started this round with a two-shot lead after an opening 65 this morning. Hasn't been able to get anything to go right all day long, well, all afternoon long, until this putt at 17, potentially life-changing, as was written in, and absolutely correct. What a putt. Two putts from long range at 18, and there won't be a playoff for Samuya.
But it does look like we will have a playoff, Jerry. Whether it's 3 for 2, 4 for 3, or 2 for 1, I can't tell you yet.
And if both of them happen to birdie, we're going to have two playoffs. They'll play off for first place, and there'll be a playoff for that final golden ticket.
Well, I'm sure Mum and Dad are watching in Harare. Brother Scott and his wife Kelsey are in Colorado, and his sister lives in London. And I guarantee you they're all glued to their TV sets.
What is it, coming up on 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock Colorado time? Yeah, 6 o'clock.
They'll be up.
Brother Scott expecting his second kid right about the time Mayakoba comes around. Very supportive family, the Vincent family. Mom Allison's always out there. As we all know, with this game, you need your people, you need your village. And I'm sure his village is watching right now nervously.
This is no simple two-putt, Sue-Ann. This
No,
has got to
Dom.
be 60, 70 feet uphill.
Yeah, and it's not one you want to have under the pressure either. Greens have slowed down just a scotch. Uphill, big swinging right to left. It's not taking much time, which is always a good sign.
Excellent speed, excellent speed. Kalle Samuja, welcome to LIV Golf League 2024, 35 years old from Finland. Never would have dreamed this day possible. Dreams do come true.
Oh, that was clutch. Not easy to do under this pressure.
That was a huge putt. I mean, it's 6 inches away. What a putt. Now to join Kalle and his brother and all of the stars that make up LIV Golf League. Kieran Vincent, 1 putt away.
Jacob there just pointing. It's about a foot and a bit right.
What a great effort. What a great effort. When he taps that in, we will have a 3-for-2 playoff. Kalle Samuja will be the medalist, the winner of LIV Golf Promotions 2023. Junichiro Kazuma, Laurie Cantor, and Kieran Vincent, after these finishing touches, will head back to the 18th tee and play for 2 promotions to LIV Golf. And a formality for Kalle Samuja for the win. The LIV Golf Promotions 2023 winner. And what a promotion it is. Travel the world, get treated like a king, play against the best in the world and represent a team. 14 different destinations next year, and you just punched your ticket, young man. The first Finnish player on LIV Golf League, LIV Tour. Absolutely, Kalle Samuja. And let's send it down to Sue-Ann Hang.
Kalle, congratulations. Looks like we'll be seeing you next year on the LIV Golf League. I want to start off with that putt on the 17th. You've burned the edges all day on the putting green, played great this morning, and then that life-changing putt on the 17th. There was a leaderboard next to you. Were you aware that that was needed?
No, I didn't want to see the leaderboard coming down the stretch. I kind of knew that. Well, we talked with John on the 15th that we need 2 birdies, and he told me a good story on 16 that he misses tending flags. Like as a caddy, you see the ball rolling in, and I said, well, John, on 16, tend the flag. Let's see how it goes, because I couldn't really see the hole. Left it a bit short. Then on 17, I said, well, I have a good feeling about this. Go and tend the flag again, because I can't really see the hole. And perfect putt. Same on the 18. I said to John, let's make it a karma, so go and tend the flag, and yeah, one of my best shots today.
I can certainly sense the emotion from you. It's been a tough year, 27 events, you've traveled a bunch. It's been a long year. What does this mean to you playing on the LIV Golf League in 2024?
Well, I'm going to have a little bigger Christmas break, that's for sure. Can't wait to get home. Sorry. Yeah, wife and 3 boys waiting at home, so it's been a long year. Missed them a lot.
Well, to add to that, you're the first Finnish player on the LIV Golf League. How proud are you?
Very, very proud. Yeah, it's a big step forward in my career. Yeah.
Congratulations, Kalle. Well deserved. Go and enjoy yourself.
A momentous step forward in his career, and those three boys and that wife at home back in Finland, they are as proud of him as he is of them. What an accomplishment.
Yeah, well done. I'll see you next year. Make sure you sign it.
That's how much it means, Jerry.
Go sign the card, make it official, and then sit back for a moment and take in the weight, the gravity of the moment he just experienced and what that's going to mean to not only his professional golf career, but his life and his family's well-being. Amazing. Now he's part of a different family in LIV Golf League, and he will be looked after like he has never thought possible.
But who's going to join him? Will it be Laurie Cantor, who's played 19 events out there? Is it Kazuma, who played a few events last year? Or is it Kieran Vincent? But this is the winning moment for Kalle Samua. Behind those sunglasses lay a very emotional man.
The dream of a putt to win a big event, a monumental event. This is LIV Golf Promotions. On the grand scheme of things, it's not a monumental event, but what it means to the three guys who make it is absolutely life-changing. Some of the highlights for our three contestants who will be in the playoff. That is Kazuma at 12 for birdie, followed by this one at 14.
And he parred all the way in, had a good chance on 18.
Laurie Cantor, after a tee shot that could have found the hazard at 7, did this.
And this was his birdie on 12. It turned out to be the last birdie he made today.
Kieran Vincent, so solid, tee to green, had this for birdie early in the round at number 3. And then from the right rough on 9, this ball could have done anything from that lie. Gouges it out, his second shot to nearly tap in range. Cantor and Kazuma are waiting for Kieran to put the finishing touches on his scorecard and make it official, and then they will head back to the 18th tee. And I mean, it's impossible to handicap a playoff, Dom, but you have to. I don't know. There's no advantage here.
Well, Kieran Vincent, the advantage he has is that he's longer than the other two, but he's negated it by hitting the 3-wood off the tee if he continues to do the same thing on the 18th tee. So it's pretty even, I would say, Jerry.
More love coming in for our winner, Kalle Samua, from around the globe. That is fantastic. LIV Golf, even LIV Golf Promotions 2023 reaches a worldwide audience through various streaming services and broadcast partners across the globe. And it's great to have them all tuning in at all hours of the day and night. Nail-biting stuff indeed, Visa Ralama. What a world he's walking into now, Kalle Samua. What a world. That is phenomenal. We started the week, Dom, 73 players were here. 60 of them played in round one. We took 20 in ties. 29 guys ended up making it to round two, where they were joined by 13 others. 42 guys teed off on Saturday. Started all anew, even par. 20 guys exactly were going to make it to today and have a chance. Laurie Cantor was one of them that ended up ultimately being in a 5-man for 4 spot playoff, 5 for 4 playoff that lasted a couple of holes just to get to 36 hole Sunday. They warmed up under the lights on the practice tee this morning. Shotgun start at first light in order to get this done, racing against Father Time, as it were, in terms of the sunset, and just went out there under the most intense pressure most of them have ever faced, or certainly in that neighborhood, and he got it done.
And they faced that intense pressure, Jerry, from the very first tee shot on Friday. Talking to a lot of the players after their rounds, they just felt like the first 2 days where it's only one round, 18 holes, a lot of them were playing with the handbrake on, just making sure they weren't going to make a double, because the double would just kill you, a double bogey. And they had to change their strategy a little bit with the 36-hole round, 36 holes of golf today. It comes down to 3 fellas. But it has been a terrific format, like we've been saying all week. It's like 2 Monday qualifiers and then a 36-hole qualifier for a major championship.
Feels like a 36-hole playoff for a major championship right now.
Outside of the playoff for a major championship, I don't see any other playoff that's really much bigger than this one.
3 o'clock in the afternoon back in Finland right now. And the champagne is popping. We have about 25 minutes of daylight left. But don't go away. We have lights on the 18th hole, and we will play this till it's finished. And here's a look at it, Dom.
Yeah, let's take another look at it. It is a great hole. It's really great hole for a playoff, especially it being a par 5 of 567 yards. It's reachable, I believe, for all 3 players, but they must avoid these bunkers. We've seen how difficult they are to get out of, to get a good layup from. But if you are in the fairway, you can hit this green in 2, but the pin is on 48 yards back.
All 3 of these players had a legitimate chance to avoid the playoff. Laurie Cantor, the longest of the lot, left that just a little short on a great line. This was the putt that was heartbreaking for Kazuma. And then Kieran Vincent.
He played a fabulous 3rd shot, really, to give himself this chance. 206 yards back from the rough.
Good luck, play well.
Brad Ullman explaining things to them, and they're ready to go. 3 players for 2 tickets to next year's LIV Golf League.
All 3 players have won a better tee shot than they played on the 18th. All 3 found the fairway bunker.
Spoke about this yesterday. We all agree it's a huge advantage going first. More so today than ever. So much is at stake. This is a life-changing hole, life-changing playoff. He's leaning, he's looking.
There's water right.
Oh my goodness, he's found it. I'm pretty sure that went in the water.
No question. Now, that kind of native area next to it, I believe, is where the red line is placed. Not sure where that crossed. It was turning right, though. He might have a chance to still get home in 3. after taking a penalty drop. Now Cantor.
Yeah, after seeing that drive, he knows that there's a chance that that ball is in the penalty area, so he's got to be a bit more cautious with this tee shot, with his start line.
Looks like a better line than his
ideal.
Yeah. Well, is par good enough? Is that in the back of their minds?
That's back a ways, but that's awesome shape.
Cantor, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's really interesting, guys. I wonder if Kieran's going to change his game plan. Off the tee, he hit 3-wood before. Now watching Kazuma, I wonder if he changes it. Nope, he's got 3-wood. Wind off the left, it's hurting a little bit. It's 212, sorry, 312 to the bunker on the left. Wants to hit a fairway here.
What's left?
It's the same line as the
That's
previous
farther
one,
left.
maybe worse.
Yeah.
Oh, it hit the cart path, I think.
Yes, it did, Dom. It hit the cart path.
Well, we saw Chris Stroud in round 1 hit it left, actually had to take an unplayable or a lost ball. That's, if he gets a full swing at that, that's going to be okay. Here's a closer look at Kazuma's tee shot in slow motion to see where that crossed and ended up. It certainly looked like it disappeared behind the rock with enough pace to get into the water. Yeah, of course it did. Not sure they could make it out clearly from that far back, but again, when he gets up there, I think it's unlikely, but an outside chance if he's able to drop it far enough up to get at least to the front of the green in 3.
Yeah, if he's dropping in the sand though, Jerry, it just depends how lucky he is. Just buries a little bit. He's got no choice but to lay up. There's the red line though. It's outside the sandy area.
It is, yeah, outside the sandy area.
So he may have to go a long way back.
And that obviously changed a little bit of the outlook for the other 2 players on the tee, but they still faced a daunting tee shot. And
is he water?
I'm not sure you change your strategy, Sue-Ann, even if the first guy hit it in the water.
I just went to see Kieran's ball. It's not terrible. And with Kazuma in the hazard, he's gonna have to take a look at what he's gonna do. Certainly gonna have to think really hard about it.
If Kazuma has to go back a few yards, 20, 30 yards, he'll definitely be playing first. His second or third shot, right, Anthony? Before Vincent, anyway.
Yes, the boundary of the penalty area does extend out quite a bit into the desert area and onto the grass. So looking at the line that he's hit off the tee from where the ball has ended up, it's going to be another 30 or 40 yards behind, so he'll definitely be first to hit.
Cantor first.
Brad Ullman on the radio with the other officials to make sure that they have a real good idea. He was back on the tee. He saw the flight of the ball. He knows about where it crossed it. That's what they'll decide. Anthony showing them where the ball ended up. The rock, it disappeared behind. And Laurie Cantor over there as well. I don't know if it's there to assist or to see what the situation is, how that might affect what he does from this point forward.
You think?
Tease there, but it's
great push over this.
going on the left side of this tree, cutting in, yeah.
This will not that one, correct?
No, but it hasn't crossed me.
This is Vincent's situation. He'll have an obstructed backswing, it appears.
Ask Kieran.
Oh, plenty of people standing on the tee watching the drive, so they should get it fairly spot on.
I mean, it wouldn't have just.
Sue-Ann, down to you.
Greg, you are in the booth with us. Now you're on the golf course watching this very life-changing playoff.
Yeah.
Talk us through what's happening now with Kazuma in the water, Vincent left. What are some of the strategies, perhaps?
Well, just see what he does here, right? He's got to go back. Obviously, he can't get it on in 3, dropping 2, hitting 3, so he's going to be laying up. Best case scenario, I think for right over here, Kieran's just got to be smart, get it out and play, get it on the green grass. You know, and 5 is looking good. 5 is looking good for 2024 and playing for a lot of money.
I was going to say, 5 was not looking good previously. 4 would have been needed, but this certainly changes a lot of things. What do you think are going through all of these players' heads right now?
Look, I think this has been just an incredible format. My phone is blowing up over the last hour and a half about people complimenting on the format and what it means and the pathway structure that we've given these guys. And 3 of them are going to be walking away extremely happy. And there's going to be a lot of other guys, 17 other guys walking away from the day going, oh, God, what did I do wrong? How can I fix it? I'll get on the international series, look at 2025. So we have created enough interest. 3 people are going to be the benefactors of it, but there's so many other people now. I guarantee you our entry list for next year is going to be pretty full.
Well, thank you, Greg. It was nice hearing from you. I'll see you at the prize presentation.
Kieran's going to go ahead and hit. It looks like we got a little controversy on the right. Laurie Cantor doesn't seem to agree with Junichiro Kazuma about where that ball crossed the margin of the penalty area.
Now, Kieran, lie's not bad. I think he's going to wait to see what Kazuma is going to do.
Yeah, good decision.
Good decision. Anthony, there's some disagreement here.
It's just determining the entry point, because from where the ball has ended up in the penalty area and you're looking back with the line back to the tee, it looks like it is similar to where they're standing at the moment. It's just a matter of determining if the ball was curving left to right, but if it was a straight ball, yeah, he's going to have to go back just about where they are, even, or even farther back.
Anthony, yes, but it looked like Cantor was not happy with where they were looking at to begin with.
Well, Laurie just wanted to just make sure that they are correct with the selection of the entry point, because with this fading light as well, you can't really clearly see.
Well, there's our replay of it. That's not going to show us a line of the ball. That's a side angle. Ultimately, it comes down to you want the players to all be in agreement as to where it last crossed, but if there is a disagreement, it's going to come down to the player's own judgment and his own integrity.
Yeah, as we speak, Kieran's running across the fairway, weighing in on what he saw.
It all depends on how much curvature there was on the ball off the tee. It's always so hard to determine.
Well, I've always contended that nobody watches the golf ball closer than the guy who hit it.
Sorry about that, guys.
Ja.
The drama just builds. Why wouldn't it? You get 2 club lengths sideways from there, lateral, no closer to the hole than the spot where he put down that tee, which is now the official determination of where it last crossed the margin of the penalty area, and have to do whatever he can to try and figure out a way to make par.
And it's always such a hard call as a playing competitor. You never want to do that, but this is a big playoff hole, a lot on the line. Moving back that far really changes his next shot. Can't quite see the live from here, guys. What does it look like?
Looks okay, Suan. He's going to pull out a wood by the looks of it.
You would think he would just have to at this point.
Lie's pretty clean. It's a little bit of an uphill lie too, so he'll be able to get to the back of that ball with plenty of force.
And the sun is setting here. Bit of shadows on the green.
Yeah, looking at my yardage book, he's got about 260 to the front edge, but he's pulled an iron out now.
Because he hits 3. Try and make a par.
Still got a chance for a 5.
Well, probably fortunate that came up short of the sand there for his lengthy 4th. Not that lengthy. Kieran, lost in all that. He's got his own trouble here.
It's actually not too bad, Jerry. Lies not bad.
22,195.
He's gonna just lay this one up.
Well done there.
Very well done.
And like Greg said, you're looking at 5 and you're probably in. Now Cantor his 2nd.
Yeah, and the pressure has subsided just a bit for Cantor, but still needs to hit a good shot. 275 all the way to the hole. 227 front, needs to hit a shot about 235, 240 in flight.
Start a little left. Payton. Oh yeah. Absolutely, 2 putts from there, and you can't imagine a world where he doesn't advance. 3 putts, probably still a great chance. Everything, all of the nerves, all of the shots, all of the different formats for young Junichiro Kazuma comes down to one bad swing.
Yeah, at
perhaps
the very wrong time, at the worst time possible. But he's got to remain positive, Jerry. You know, that was a pretty good layup there. Yeah, he missed the fairway, but it's pulled up short of the bunker. The lie looks pretty good. He can make 5.
Yeah.
I can see a scenario where it's over in 5-10 minutes, but I could also see a scenario where all 3 players go back to the tee.
Yeah, 3 putt and up and down.
I mean, Laurie's got 50 feet.
Kale Samuya is in. He's done. He is on the phone, perhaps beginning a celebration soon. He'll be heading home to Finland before you know it, and celebrating with family and friends and all those who have been so supportive over the years as a 35-year-old professional who's been through the ranks of professional golf. He's on his way. Who is going to join him? That man, Laurie Cantor, has had a great taste of life on LIV Golf, having played 19 events over the 2 years, but not as a full-time player last year as a reserve. Now, Suan Heng with details on this 3rd shot for Kieran.
He's got 118. Lies good. Bit of trouble with this club today. Needs a good one here, though. Went off the left. So you've seen the whole locations all the way back there. There's a front slope that he needs to carry to give himself an opportunity for a birdie. This looks pretty good.
Maybe 30 feet shy. Pretty good shot, all things considered. Now, all the pressure on Kazuma.
It's got a downhill lie. That ball is sitting up. So lucky that didn't go in the bunker.
Not wasting much time, is he?
102.
Oh, what a shot!
What a time!
And it's the same line they had on the 18th hole earlier. Just a little bit short of half the distance.
Fantastic stuff, Junichiro Kazuma. 2 times a winner on the Japan Golf Tour. Just 29 years old. Pretty well seasoned.
Even better than
Laurie Cantor a long ways away for eagle, but 2 putts and he's in.
Kazuma did exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, but you know, Laurie Cantor, you know, you figure with the tee shot of Kazuma, all he's thinking is 4 will do it. Birdie 4 on the final hole or in the playoff hole, but after he hit a wonderful second shot and then watching Kazuma hit his 4th shot, there's a little bit of pressure here. It's not an easy 2-putt here. He's got a bit of an upslope for the first half, quite slow. Then once he makes to the second tier, it's going to take a similar line to what he had in regulation, so he's going to know the general break once the ball gets onto the higher level. But it is so critical to get this first putt as close as he can, or he can use a mental trick saying that I've got 2 putts to win. Don't put too much stress on yourself on this first putt, because you know you're going to have to hit a second putt. You just got to really mentally prepare yourself, but he would dearly love to have a tap in after striking this putt.
I've always heard, Dom, the easiest way to 2-putt is to try in 1-putt. That gotta go.
Yeah, that's well, it's trying, but it's certainly not a gimme. We saw a few missed putts here yesterday afternoon, didn't we, Jerry?
We've seen all kinds of strenuous looking efforts from short range today as well.
Oh, that's a good 6 feet, maybe even a foot or 2 more than that for Cantor.
Well, Kieran Vincent will have a putt to advance.
And this is oh my goodness, such a big putt. Don't really know what Kazuma's gonna do. Don't wanna get too aggressive with this putt, but you know you have to make it. Left to right for Kieran. He would love to tee it up with his brother Scott Vincent next year.
He'll be in with 5. Might be good enough. Depends on Kazuma.
Comes down to 1 putt. In. We've got another playoff hole. If he misses, well, you'd have to say it's all over, because Cantor's got 2 putts to advance if he misses. But this is the putt he had earlier. Actually, it's almost the identical putt, length too. He would have been in if that had dropped. He would not even be in this playoff.
This time it goes. What a par for Junichiro Kazuma. Unfazed by it all. There's another day, or at least another hole for Kazuma. Will it be 2? Will it be 3?
He showed some guts there.
Huge. Took no time. Didn't look like he overthought it.
And I'm surprised he didn't back off. The lights came on just as he was about to hit.
Yeah, Sue, and I was surprised as well because he was addressed over the ball and the floodlights came on. Now, Laurie Cantor, just touching up on what you guys said earlier, you're having this putt. He's controlling the fate right here. One of those putts that you've dreamed of making as you were playing golf growing up.
That had a lot of pressure in the stroke right there. Well, we continue on. All three headed back to the tee at 18. Under the lights this time around.
Well, they've had the opportunity to go out and practice. The organizers have the last 2 nights put the lights on around 6 p.m. and the players had the option to go out just in case they were in this situation, because it does play a little differently under the lights.
Now, when we look at handicapping it, which is what we do, I guess, you got to give the edge to Kazuma. Just having grinded out that par, and you got to absolutely wonder what's going through Laurie Cantor's mind after that putt.
And also, I just don't think this tee shot fits the eye of Kieran Vincent.
No.
He likes to hit a draw, and it really does call for a slight cut.
It's either a slight cut or started out over the middle of the water.
Not sure he'd be taking that option. Here they go again. 3 for 2 playoff. Two spots to play the LIV Golf League in 2024. Visit all those fantastic venues around the world. Playing on a team with major champions, legendary Ryder Cup players.
Andrew Pitts captaining that buggy.
Andrew Pitts now working for the tour. Was a winner on the Asian tour. Let's take another look. Here's Scott Vincent. This was his chance to punch a ticket. And, well, that was a par, but this was it. This had to go in. No choice. Right in the middle of the hole. He knew it early.
And we take another look at this hole. The difficult driving hole is well documented. There's plenty of fairway up there, but it just sits at an awkward angle. Really well designed placement of those bunkers. From there, you get it in the fairway and you have the majority of your work done. Lengthy, narrow green. But we've seen very, very few birdies on it today, other than our medalist winner, Kalle Sumuya. And same order will stay. Kazuma first.
Man, must he feel like he just got a get out of jail card. Now, with the floodlights, it certainly is going to change your depth perception. If you're not used to it, it could throw you off, especially on the fairways and on the greens.
He changed clubs here. That was a 3-wood, and that's drawn.
It's going to trickle in. It looks like a good lie. No problem with the layup, but it depends how aggressive he wants to be. Now Cantor.
Yeah, what a difference between 3rd place and 4th place here. It's like trying to balance yourself on a high wire or walking along a balance beam about 30 feet. You know, it's the same process, but whoever makes a mistake, it is catastrophic.
That's right.
How right, though?
Now, Karen Vincent, I'm curious to see if he changes his club off this tee. That 3-wood gets him to that bunker on the left. Hasn't had much success with that club, but nope. He is going with a 3-wood. Perhaps need to take a bit more of an aggressive line. Start this just left of the right bunker. As Dom said, he likes to play a draw. If he hits this on the fairway, big advantage.
It looks pretty similar to the one on the first playoff hole. Is it going to hit the cart path? No, not this time.
Not sure that wasn't a little less club there than the 3-wood. That was a little shorter looking in his hands. But he'll have a full swing. Looks like he's on grass. First time he's hit a second shot off of grass on this hole in 3 tries. After talking with Brad Ullman, lead official here this week from LIV Golf, where his tee shot ended up.
The players will be dealing with a few more shadows than they did earlier in the day.
Okay.
That's Vincent, I believe.
That is Vincent. Toby McSwain, our chief of security, keeping a close eye on that golf ball. Oh, there's Cantor's ball. That is so lucky. That is so lucky to stay dry. There's Anthony Kang, in case you were wondering what he was wearing today.
He may not be able to take a route towards the green there, though, Jerry.
I think so. I think the ball will get off the club before the club hits the rocks.
You think?
Might sacrifice the club. We'll see what Anthony thinks.
Yeah. He was lucky, though.
What do you think, Anthony? Can Cantor hit it toward in the direction of the green?
Well, yes, absolutely he can. It's just he's got an odd looking, like a piece of rock that is just behind his ball, so he might hurt himself. He's going to clip some rocks on the follow through as well, but he should be able to get this out there to wherever he wants. He's going to have control with this shot.
How soft a bounce did he get? I wonder on that tee shot.
Yeah, just for that ball to stop short of the water is, well, can't even tell you the amount that break could possibly be worth. No room for error on that, and it might sting a little when he hits it. It'll be Kieran first.
It's a hang and lie. Ball is sitting up, but he's a long way back. Not sure if he hit his 5-wood or his 3-wood off the tee.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What do we got in that?
Wind's died down a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have a fraction off your left.
Okay.
And so we're looking to finish this between the 18 TV tower and then the LIV Golf sign just right of it.
Yeah.
Right in there.
Yeah.
Splitting those bunkers.
And what he's talking about is about 20 yards left of the whole location is where the TV tower is.
think they like it. Could he even get onto the front edge?
Oh,
my
what a shot.
goodness.
What a shot. Huge approach from well back there. He's a long ways from the hole for eagle, but he is putting for eagle. Now Kazuma from the bunker.
He's got a great lie, but looks like he's just going to lay this one up. It worked out well for him the last time.
Not much lip, doesn't appear.
Nope.
First stress I've seen in his eyes yet, right there.
And Laurie Cantor's got to make sure he has enough loft on this club. If he does thin it or just chooses a wrong loft, he can hit that piece of rock just about a few inches in front of him, and he could bound it, well, you would think, to the right.
It looked like a pretty long club in his hands, Anthony. What's his yardage to the front?
Well, he's got just about 226 yards to the front.
Okay.
But it is a slight downhill lie, hard pan lie as well. And you know the ball doesn't climb as fast out of hard pan.
Caught the rock on the backswing. That's in the water. Caught that rock right behind the ball that Anthony told us about when he checked out the lie on the backswing, and that is in the water. And with that, more than likely go his dreams of returning to LIV Golf in 2024. Caught it heavy.
And it bounced.
And
it bounced off that rock, and he hit it off the bottom of the club.
And in hindsight, maybe just chose too much club right there. He's asking what his options are now: replay it or take it back outside of the penalty area where the tee shot would have been.
Well, the question is, how far back does he have to go?
You don't get that choice.
Oh, looks like he's actually going to replay it.
Yeah. One more look from a different angle. You mean go back in terms of taking relief?
Yes.
Yeah. But
well, his original point of entry.
Right. If he's going to replay it, he has to drop it as near as possible at that point.
I was just wondering if he goes back, depending how far he goes back. He was only 226 to the front. If he only goes back 10, 15 yards, he can still get on in full. I don't think he can reach the green from here.
Not if he has to drop the ball right there.
Well, and also, if you have to replicate the lie, he's going to be facing the exact same firmness underneath and that rock.
I believe the rules state you have to replicate it. You have to drop it as near as possible to that point.
You're right, Jerry, but you know it's not going to be any sort of real gain by dropping it here again. Like you guys saying, just go back just a little bit, unless the point of entry is another 40 yards back. I think that's the reason why he's dropping it here.
The new rules, you get your relief area, so he does get that 1 club length. So he'll be playing his 4th from there. But when it dropped, that's a sandy surface, and even though you're only dropping it from knee high, it didn't move when it landed, so there is a little bit of indentation. That ball is not sitting perfectly.
It's settled. You can tell it's just settled down in a little bit.
Settled in, and a little bit of a downhill lie as well. And if he's thinking about going for the green from here, it's going to be a long club, once again longer club than what he had hit for his second shot. Still has a danger of clearing those rocks just in front of him. Now it's only about 3 or 4 feet ahead of him, but still any sort of a thin shot because of this downhill lie. But
it's a lofted club here.
Yeah, more loft definitely than the first time.
Yeah, he's going to try and hold something for his 5th. That's his 4th, just a layup. And even that's a mistake. Never seen a golf event quite like the last few days. LIV Promotions LIV Golf League. Gripping with huge stakes on the line, some nervous putts. Yes, gripping to say the least. Huge stakes is an understatement, but it was a while ago. We got a winner in LIV Golf Promotions. It was Kale Samuja. This highlights from earlier in round 3. That was a birdie on the first hole. Then on to number 9. Remember, he started the day with a 7 under par 65 at sunup. Eagle at 10.
Just cleared that bunker with his second shot, but he took full advantage. And he started on the 12th, so the 11th was his last hole of the day, in the morning. So he birdied 9, he eagled 10, and he made birdie on 11. His last 3 holes he played in 4 under par.
Now Junichiro Kazuma, his third.
Oh, now he's probably thinking, don't have to play too aggressive. Put himself in a position just to make par. It might just be enough. He's got about 132 to the hole. Now with the flat lights, this is his first fairway shot.
Oh, he wanted it. Oh, well, he wanted it a lot closer than that. You can see it's pretty much dark out there, except for the lights.
Now, back to our winners' highlights from the final round this afternoon. At number 10 is third.
Hadn't made a birdie up to this point. In fact, turned in 1 over par. He needed a strong back 9.
He went from the one being chased to the chaser, and then this putt when he needed it most after not making a thing all day long. Center of the hole with pace. Then he got it home in 2 at 18, had this for eagle.
If he hadn't 2-putted this, he would have been involved in a 4th of 3 playoff. But fabulous, fabulous first putt.
The emotions were on display during his interview with Suan and what this meant to him, what he's been through today. Now, Laurie Cantor in the bunker playing his 5th shot. This has to go in.
Yeah, it's 96 yards, slight downhill lie. He's got no choice. Just going to have to fly it all the way back and hope for the best.
Oh. Well, what a fabulous shot, and he's put a lot of pressure back on Junichiro Kazuma.
His only chance would be Kazuma 3-putting.
Well, he's about 40 feet away. We saw Laurie Cantor just 3-putt from not much further, Jerry.
Yeah, we did, but we just saw Kazuma make it from 10 feet when he had to. More love coming in for our winner, Kale Samuja, and rightfully so. Fantastic finish, emotional interview. Four hours of drama. So happy for you. Yeah, it's not over. Absolutely not. Pretty much is over for one guy, and that is Kieran Vincent, because he has 3 putts to advance to promote, and it's a lengthy first one, Suan.
It sure is. It's a double breaker as well. As I mentioned before, these players don't get to play night golf very often. It does change their depth perception, especially on the greens. They're going to be tougher to read. Won't be able to see the subtle slopes as well as you did during the day. As Dom mentioned, they've got more shadows to deal with. This is going to move right to left and then straighten out once it gets past that slope.
We think back earlier in the day to number 8 when Kieran Vincent missed, what, 2-footer, perhaps 2-3-footer to get to this point now. 3 putts, and he gets to join his older brother on LIV Golf League in 2024. And time will tell, but does Kevin Na sign him on the Ironheads?
Hey, Kevin Na's playing in Riyadh next week. I may have to ask him. Anything within 6-7 feet is fine. Well, even 8-10 feet you'd think is good enough.
Yeah.
2 putts from there and he's in.
Still be nervous over it, no question about it. He's human. Just turned pro 18 months ago, and next year he'll be playing under the brightest lights you could imagine. Now Kazuma, 2 putts and he's in.
My, oh my. Can certainly feel the intensity in this atmosphere out here.
Oh, settle, settle. Not in yet, 4 feet probably. Laurie Canter's going to do his best to force his hand to make that. He does have the option to putt out if he wants. I don't think he's going to.
Are we going to see more drama? As if there's not been enough of it this week. Vincent to putt first.
He's made a few of these early on in his round.
This is not going to get to the hole very quickly.
If at all.
It's going to limp. If it does, it was an accident.
It's not going to move very much for Kieran.
There you go. Kieran Vincent, welcome to LIV Golf League 2024. Harare, Zimbabwe is smiling ear to ear right now. His brother in Colorado with his wife, his child, and his expecting wife and child is up right now. And I don't think they're popping champagne in the morning in Colorado, but they'd be tempted. Congratulations, Kieran. Now, this is Laurie Canter. He needs to make this and to force Kazuma to make his par putt.
He's going to know 100% exactly what this putt does. It's just a matter of believing what he saw just about 15 minutes ago.
Same putt he hit for birdie on the first playoff hole, and that will, well, it's not match play, you can't concede, but that'll do it. Disappointing way to end it for such a grueling week for Laurie Canter, having had the taste he's had of LIV Golf League and not to be next year. Now, Junichiro Kazuma. 2 putts and he's in. Only using the 1. Congratulations. Japan will have a full-time LIV Golf League player in 2024 as well.
He showed some character, didn't he, Jerry? After driving it into the water on the first playoff hill, to got out a par like he did, and then, well, finishing as he did. But I feel badly for Laurie Canter.
Let's go down to Siouan with a very happy Kieran Vincent.
Kieran, it's been a long day. Congratulations. Looks like we'll be seeing 2 men buns on the LIV Golf League next year. Now, we've only ever had one other sibling brother situation in Brooks and Chase. You're going to be competing with and against your brother, Scott Vincent, next year. How excited are you about that?
I mean, I don't think words can put it together. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, I'm just excited. So next year is going to have its own opportunities, its own fun, just like today. A lot of guys battled so hard out there, and I'm obviously just so grateful to be on the winning side of it. So, I mean, credit to a lot of people. Just thank you to my team, and obviously excited to play with my brother next year. So, yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Well, this is a life-changing opportunity. Kieran, how much does it mean to you?
I don't think the tears are doing it justice. Obviously, it's just one of those experiences that, you know, obviously watching my brother the whole year, seeing how life-changing it can be. You know, I just hope that this kind of propels my career to a whole new level. Obviously, go on a tour where you can learn so much from so many cool guys. Obviously, having John Rahm just recently signed, I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that. So, you know, I'm just hopefully going to look forward to next year, take all that I can in, play well, and just, I guess, have some fun.
Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in 2024.
Thank you so much.
And there's a look at Junichiro Kazuma. He's smiling as well. The pathway that exists to shine and reach unthinkable heights has now been displayed by two members of the same family, in Kieran and Scott Vincent. Congratulations, Kieran. Congratulations, Junichiro Kazuma. And huge congratulations to the 35-year-old Finn, Kalle Samuya.
I'm just thinking, Jerry, look what LIV Golf have created in just under 2 years to, you know, elicit that kind of emotion from Kalle Samuya, from Kieran Vincent. This is just magical.
Kieran Vincent had heard only rumors of what this new league might be before he even turned pro a year and a half ago. He's a member now, along with Kalle Samuya and Junichiro Kazuma. It's been a blast bringing you the action from Abu Dhabi Golf Club. We're sure glad you tuned in. Join us in Mayakoba early February when LIV Golf League 2024 welcomes 3 newest members.